Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, August the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Just 1 second. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me, see my screen. Wonderful. So what is happening this morning? Yeah, that Zila put out a little press release about AI, Microsoft, Azure, and that popped the stock, pulled it right back down. You're right, there were some shorts available for me. I didn't act on it though. 44,000 at Interactive Broker that did not act on it. And again, yeah, just a little press release, leverages generative AI with Microsoft Azure Open AI service. I actually hadn't checked AI for a while. I couldn't believe it was down to 33, to be honest. I hadn't realized it had this big drop from 44 down to 33 over the last few days. I really hadn't checked it. I am muted. Why would you say that? And so Brad, okay, Brad can't hear me. So a couple of things here, guys. So Capri is a buyout, CPRI. It's actually a buyout. It's an earnings play for it today, but it's a buyout. Capri is Michael Kors, basically, and Tapestry, the old Coach. I think there was old Coach. So Tapestry is buying them, TPR. So this is typically what happens. The acquiring company gets hit. And of course, the Capri is moving way higher on that buyout. Looks like it is a definitive deal. So it is a definitive deal of $8.5 billion. So a couple to watch that I'm interested in. APP. This is an earnings play. That's a massive gap up. Look at this gap up on the daily chart. So it's a huge gap up on earnings. I should check left to see what the next low or high is on the weekly chart. Looks like the next high is around 40.75 on the weekly chart, so it's got some room. And the other one I was interested in is another earnings play, is Yeti, YETI, Yeti. And wow, this is already starting to romp here. Not very much volume yet. That's obviously that's the deal. Here's something that's just I'm hearing right now, guys. My size. Haven't seen this one for a while. MYSZZ. My size, big pop up here. Look left. The next high is 309. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but let's see. Sizing achieves key milestones: 35 million size recommendations with 18 million items sold, worth etc. 700. Wow, it's big. A lot of money. 790 million euros for this little company, low float Israeli company. My size. Interesting. Shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 20,000 shares. So just as I was in the middle of talking about Yeti, now Yeti has no volume yet. They released earnings pre-market, so no real, I'm sorry, there is the reaction pre-market. Not a lot of volume yet, kind of interest. It's interesting. Not a lot of volume, only 28,000 shares. When I looked at it, it had some room to 45. If it can take out 45, which it got up to 45, 42 in the pre-market. What's the high there? Look at that. Right to the penny. Not quite. The high was 45.40 in the pre-market, and the high in that week is 45.32. So it's above that. Then it's got some room to 47.27. Interesting. Now, super expensive one, NVO. The reason I look at it, it's an earnings play. Now they've got some weight loss drug also. Continues to limit lower doses of obesity drug as demand soars. However, this is an earnings play, so it's down a little bit. But you can kind of see, man, if it takes out 182, I mean, look down here. But I guess this is all about the obesity drug. No, they're not the ones with Ozempic. But whatever obesity drug they've got. 183, guys. 183 is a huge area for it to try to hold. and that's NVO, and it is an earnings play. UIHC, this is not an earnings play right now. I believe they release after hours. Post-market, yeah. So they release after hours today. They've had a great day yesterday. I'm not sure if there's any specific news other than maybe anticipation of a decent earnings report, but it's still up another 8% today. UIHC. Now, Mogo is a reverse split today, effective only a 1-for-3. Only a 1-for-3 of a reverse split. So it's effective today. We'll have to see if it starts to really move. Maybe they put out a little press release or something, but there is a reverse split today, MOGO. Now, guys, I was really look at all the earnings plays. I mean, there's a lot more happening too, but look at all these earnings plays. Anything in 0.25 or minus 0.25 is an earnings play today for me. These are just the ones that are making through the filter right now that I have in my pre-market. But look at all the earnings plays. So this one I saw last night, MGNI. What if this is an all-time low? Not quite. MGNI, another earnings play. Well, it's got room, guys. 848 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart through the 200-day moving average, MGNI. I forgot to mention Lee. Lee's having a great day. I have to check out what China is doing overall, but Lee's having a great day. LI. I guess you could call this definitely the best China EV player. Here's the all-time high is up here, $47. So let me just take a look at what KWeb is doing and see if Lee is just trading on its own or, yeah, so there's KWeb. So China stocks are having another resurgence again. Here we go. So this is the reason, if you're looking for a reason, and by the way, our CPI numbers came out, and I guess no big reaction. But China's CPI falls for the first time in over 2 years. PPI drops more than expected. So this is giving a little surge to the China market overall. So let's take a look at XPEV. I was just wondering if LI was trading on its own. It looks like, yeah. So it looks like, yeah, they're all moving higher. But certainly, in my opinion, LI is the leader. Just look at what it's done in relation to its lifetime high. I mean, look at NIO, 18% at the 18%, and LI is at I think 89%. So I mean, there's a lifetime high for LI. So let's take a look at some of the other Donut. Donut is another earnings play, not very much volume yet. They released pre-market. The pre-market reaction was actually good. I'm sorry. My eyes are. So they released pre-market after hours. It had a little pop after hours, but the pre-market reaction is all over the place. Now, Donut has taken out, DNUT has taken out the 200-day moving average, guys. Well, let's look underneath. The next low looking left is 13, approximately 13. This is actually, it's not a big float, only 74 million in the float. Krispy Kreme, of course. So if memory serves me correct, Krispy Kreme did an IPO quite a while ago. Then they privatized themselves. They went private, and then they did an IPO again. Now, I'm not really mentioning some of these earnings plays, some of these really cheap earnings plays. I'm not really mentioning them. Maybe I should. This is an all-time low or ORGN. Lots of volume. All-time low now for ORGN. Lots of shares available for me to short. 1 million shares at Interactive Brokers. Sono is an earnings play. SONO. Sono is an earnings play. Maybe coming into some resistance around 17, but it's a nice gap up on earnings so far, and that is SONO. Again, if you want to see the earnings plays, if you have my pre-market actives up and down, these two top lists, all you have to do is sort on the earnings day column, just double left click on the earnings day column. What you'll see is nothing. You have to scroll down, and then you'll see all these earnings plays. Now, 0.75 means they release earnings after hours. I'm not that interested in that. What I'm interested in are the ones that have released earnings after hours yesterday, and then, of course, in the pre-market this morning. Those are the ones that are typically in play. Hilly, HLLY. I was watching that one a few days ago, see if it was going to break out. Yeah, that's right. I had a price alert set up here. Did not break out, but it is an earnings play today. No volume yet. This is another earnings play today. Kind of interesting. PRMW. PRMW. Yeah, that's what I saw through the 200-day moving average. The next high is looking left around 1550, so it might be too close. How's that my size doing? Pulling right back down? Sure it did. Yeah. Well, if you took advantage of that short, that was a heck of a short, guys. 6 is an earnings play. Let's take a look. I don't see it. Yeah, I mean 6. I mean, but I'm biased. I mean, I've never been a like an amusement park goer. I hate rides and all that stuff. So, but yeah, there's 6. Now Disney had earnings last night, didn't they? Or didn't Disney have earnings? I think they moved down and then they moved up. Yeah, so Disney had earnings. They popped up, popped down, and now it's just mildly positive. DIS earnings for Disney. Didn't they also say that they were going to, David, didn't they, or David, didn't they also say that they were going to do the same thing that Netflix is doing regarding account sharing? I thought I read that this morning that they were going to do the same thing that Netflix is doing now. We're going to cracking down on the account sharing. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the other earnings plays. So the MGNI, again, that could be a really interesting one if it takes out 10, because underneath there's still room. 850. $850 on the weekly chart is the next low. Now on the upside, not that I'm trying to concentrate just on the ones moving down, but on the upside, let's take a look at. So there's the Yeti, guys. The Yeti's already run some. It's probably pulled back a bit. Yeah, it's pulled back a little bit from 45. Pulled back about $1 from the highs. So it got a little bit above that high that week in the pre-market. That high is 45.32, and the high it got to this morning was 45.40. Ooh, it's 8:14, so or 9:14. And the SPY's in for a nice big pop. So much for the CPI. I mean, the CPI, it looks like that was already priced in, PJ. It was a complete non-event. 8:30 was released, right? 8:30, so complete non-event. Unless I'm wrong, unless it's tomorrow, but no, it can't be tomorrow. They never do it on a Friday. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, don't have too many upgrades. I'm just going to see if there are some interesting ones, maybe from Morgan Stanley, who's been a little bit on fire on their upgrades the last little while. So let's take a look. So we've got some upgrades here. I'm going to put them in. I'm just going to type them in. If there's one that's interesting, I may just take a look at it on the chart to see. Interesting, meaning they've got a price target. Let's take a look at DCPH just as an example. Okay, Stifel's got a price target of 20, but let's see if it's there already. No, it isn't actually. So they've actually upgraded this from 14 to 20. No volume yet for DCPH, but who knows? Maybe when the market gets rolling, guys, maybe people are just going to see this upgrade by Stifel from 14 to 20. I'm hearing HBI, guys. That's Haynes, right? And it now is underneath a 5. Sorry, and I did see this one. This is I don't know if it's an all-time low yet, but HBI is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. All right, we've got a couple from Morgan Stanley. Let me get them. Actually, we've got a few from Morgan Stanley. So let's take a look at some of these, okay, from Morgan Stanley. Interestingly, I know I'm going to Roblox, RBLX, which had a disastrous day yesterday on earnings. Disastrous day, and they have got a target of 30. Well, it's already there. Okay, so that's Morgan Stanley with a target of 30. Yeah, I am showing my screen, so you might have to do, if you can hear me, you might have to do a refresh, okay? BD World, okay? You might have to do a refresh because I am showing my screen. TPR probably is, yeah, TPR is still sinking on their merger or buyout of Capri. So this is another upgrade for Morgan Stanley, the $69, so it's already there. Take a look at MRTX. MRTX is another upgrade by Morgan Stanley to 48. So it's an upgrade. I'm sorry, this is Citigroup. This is Citigroup, not Morgan Stanley. So they've upgraded it to $48. They had an initial upgrade to 51 and they dropped it to 48. Now, this is the one from another one from Morgan Stanley, KRNT. Okay, so this is maybe interesting. They have upgraded, Morgan Stanley has upgraded this one to 29. So that is certainly below 29. Sitting right on the 200-day moving average, 23.96, sitting right on it. So I'd be watching CRNT to see whether or not it has any action today on the Morgan Stanley upgrade. There's no volume yet for KRNT. All right, let me get some of the downgrades in now. The other thing you can do if doing a refresh doesn't help, you might have to change your browser. Okay. If you can't see my screen, and hopefully you can hear me. There were more downgrades than upgrades this morning. I don't think I'll be able to get to them all really. I thing I'm looking for is maybe something from Goldman. Goldman's been kind of inactive for a while. At least the upgrade and downgrade side that I'm getting from briefing.com. Ah, okay. I've got to take a look at this one once I. All right. Well, Goldman has downgraded NVEI. Now that was an earnings play yesterday, I believe. Let's take a look at what it's doing. We got hammered down yesterday. NVEI. Yeah, Plug is an earnings play. Yeah, I mean it's been downgraded also. Okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Really? Oh, I forgot to, son of a gun, I forgot to, I can't believe I did that. Ah, yeah, you're right. I don't have the sound. Hopefully this is going to work. I have to keep putting a note to myself every morning when I log on to get my sound. Hopefully this is going to work. Okay, well, let's see if that works. It is inactive, but sometimes it doesn't take an effect unless I shut the room down and come back in. So we'll see, which I can do. I won't boot everybody out. The YouTubers might. It's harder for me to do that in YouTube. But let's just soldier on here. So, well, let me know. Can you hear me clapping? Okay. So what I'm going to do is this, guys. I am going to exit the room and I'm going to come back in. Okay. So that usually is okay. All right, guys. Well, let's see if that worked. It may not work. It's probably not going to work for the people in YouTube, but hopefully it works in the main room. I'd have to shut down the YouTube stream, and I don't want to do that. Good day to everybody from Manchester, UK. This is somebody from our YouTube room. Why you discourage trading on eBet, which you mentioned yesterday. I don't recall mentioning eBet, but let's take a look. Was that just a sub, like a 4-cent stock? Yeah, so it's not that I discourage, okay, Kate. I just don't look at stocks that are so cheap. Okay, it's not. I mean, if you, I'm not here to tell anybody what to trade, what price range you should trade. You can find if a person can find a way to make money on a 4-cent stock that moves 50 cents to 6 cents, go for it. It's not. I'm not discouraging it. This is not a recommendation not to trade it. It's just that I just don't do it. I don't. I typically don't trade anything under a dollar. That's just a personal preference. Okay. And the most of the participants in YouTube that are in the YouTube room and in the main room, most people do not talk about stocks under a dollar. Certainly not 4-cent stocks. Okay. And it's not that it's against the law or anything like that. It's just, it's just not, you have to pick a sort of a plan, some kind of a plan, in my opinion. And one of my plans is not to trade stocks under a dollar. I get it. Some of these can have astonishing moves, but it's not what I like to see. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at the sectors now before the market opens, 9:25. So I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, click on docked channel bar, and click on show more and sector status. And we're in for a big positive open right now. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE Energy, XLE, major ETF for energy. So 86% in green. What does it mean? That means that 86% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So remember, the market had a decent recovery because the market was down a lot more, but it had a decent recovery. Still closed pretty negative. But look at all the sectors; they're all looking positive right now. Okay. Now, the two sectors I do want to take a look at with respect to the 200-day moving average, XLE, see what it did yesterday. Yeah, so it's still there's that green line you see in my daily chart is the 200-day moving average, still above it. The other one that was in jeopardy though was XLV healthcare. So with healthcare, a lot of healthcare stocks in the yeah, I'm wrong. Okay, so I believe every single major sector is certainly above the 200-day moving average. The RMK guys is drifting down. Let's see if there's any news. Company announced pricing, so they're doing a financing. So they're doing a financing, so they're getting hit because of that financing news. I'll do a little clap. Let's see, can you guys hear me? And can you hear that clap? You probably can hear it in our YouTube room. I'm hoping maybe you don't hear it in the main room. Okay. So YouTubers, I would have to shut you guys down and then open you up again. It's not as easy when I do it in the main room. I like people are still there. They're not booted out. Whereas in YouTube, if I did that, everybody would get booted out. So you're good. Oh, no clap here. Oh, excellent. Okay, thank you. Okay, never mind. So noise canceling is working. Okay, guys, let's take a look. Some stocks are starting to move a little bit again. Look at Azul. Azul is an earnings play. AZUL as a ZUL. Hard for me to say Z, guys. Canadian that I am. Azul, which of course is blue in Spanish, and this is a in the airline sector. So keep an eye on the app, guys. APP. This is still strong in the pre-market. Has not given anything up really. In fact, not at all. Very strong in the pre-market. APP earnings play. Well, weeks just app is a good one. I mean, look at that, 30%. That's a massive, massive move, guys, with 149 million in the float. That is a huge move with 149 million in the float. And also, and also Goldman has got a $50 target on this one. Okay. They've raised their price. I guess they had initially a $25 price, and now they've raised it to 50. So we've got sort of double dose of news really for app. We've got tremendous earnings play plus a $50 a share price target from Goldman Sachs. And thank you. Yes, 12 seconds to the open, guys. So let me get this closed. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I might make an exception with app, but that's up to you, of course. And why I don't trade in the first 15, try to let things settle down a little bit. Wow, look at Yeti. Yeti's on the move also, guys. Bet you the volume is starting to pick up. And we have our first halt of the day, guys. LTRN just got halted. And on the way up or down? Well, on the way down, actually, LTRN. Here's Roblox. Going to drive Grumpy nuts. Now, there's the Xela, guys. XELA. Put a little press release with AI in it and Microsoft. And that popped the stock way up here. Okay, there's the Hilly. It's an earnings play. Okay, look at that now. This could be really interesting. HLLY, because I think I had a price alert set for a 7 break a few days ago. It didn't do it. And I think I did that because I think when we look left on the weekly chart, yeah, that's the reason, guys. Look left on the weekly. $8 is the next high. Not saying it's getting there. HLLY, but that must be watched. Right now, the spread is too tough. 706, 717. Ah, too bad. I mean, I had a, I might have taken this Hilly. I know it sort of breaks a little bit of my rules, but the spread was terrible. It was like 707, 720 for $7 stock. That was too much. It's tightened up a bit now, but this thing might just run without me now. HLLY. But again, if you're less conservative than I am, ooh, look at Saber, guys. This is one of those ones that was down big yesterday and now recovering today. Saber, SABR, not an earnings play, but look at the room it's got. This is in the airline sector. Software for the used to be just I don't know if they used to supply all of the airlines. I think they had a big tie-in with American. I don't know if that's still the case, but look at Saber, guys. SABR. I'll be taking a look at jets to make sure the sector is so at least it's positive. Okay, jets is not. This is the ETF for the airline industry. Okay, guys, Magnite. I'm sorry, Magnite, MGNI on the way down here, guys. Earnings play now, maybe coming into a little support, maybe. Well, guys, that's why I wait. Look at that. They look pretty awesome right at the bat, right off the bat. But that's why I wait. Don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Market is accelerating here. Nice green bar to start. Challenging that 450 again on the SPY. MGNX helping on the way up also. Okay, yeah, this is an earnings play. Yeah, right at the 200-day moving average, right at it. So doesn't look good though. There's 595. There's the halt price. Now it's below, look at that, it's below the halt price. This is the projected open, okay? Doesn't necessarily mean that's where it's going to open. But if you're in this one, you would like to see something on the projected open above the current price, the current halt price. That's what you would like to see if you're in it. So I'm not saying this again, this is not written in stone that that's where it's going to open, but a little surprising. Usually the first halt is what we call decent. In other words, that when it opens, it usually will be above the halt price. Wow, Magnet, just too a little too early for me to take this. Big surge in the market, guys. Big surge in the market. Boy, Penn continues down, guys. Ooh, this was a good one. This was a really good one. This is my up big yesterday, down big today. So I mean, Penn was up huge yesterday. Don't let that red bar fool you. I mean, yes, it closed way below its open, but it was still up a lot based on the ESPN news. Oops. But look what it's doing now. So this is again this is a scan that I got up big yesterday, down big today. Well, I've just because in the first 15 minutes, say I just through experience, I've just found even if my setup seems to be there, I just find that things are too volatile in the first 15, so I just let it go. I mean, look at the app. The app to me has a great setup right off the bat. Great setup right off the bat. It was making a high right there, took up the pre-market high, but just through experience, through my experience of trading, trying to trade in the first 15 minutes, I just find that stocks can do this a lot. So I just sort of sit back and let a stock like this perhaps settle down and then maybe take out that high later. That's just me. Okay. Because I used to dive into the market like the second the market opened. If I saw something that, was setting up in a way in which I liked, yeah, we take the trade. But I was just getting whipped out of positions so many times. And yes, if app had continued moving higher and higher and higher, I look at this now. I mean, this is now showing up on the option scanner as a potential short. Watching this MGNX guys, it's sort of wish you just weren't in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, I'm just not gonna do it. But how I sometimes play halts is that there's the halt price. There was the halt price at 595, okay, and it moved down. Oh, actually, okay, unless it hits 595 again. That's right. So I'm gonna stick an alert up here. Thing is, six may block it. Look at UIHC guys. This is one that we were talking about in the pre-market. UIHC. This is an earnings play after hours. So it seems that the bets are being placed yesterday and now today that whatever they release is going to be good. I mean, listen, I thought about MGNI. I really did. Okay. Had MGNI been an all-time low, I would have taken it. That's one thing I do in the first 15 minutes. If it's an earnings spike or some reason for the stock to be really down and it's an all-time low, that is something that sometimes I will take in the first 15 minutes, but it just wasn't an all-time low. So look at that. Holy smokes. Is this going to go negative? Okay, guys, MGNX, boy, it's right at the initial halt price. But look at that 200-day moving average. It's right there, 592. It's right there. Well, Taste, guys, Taste is an earnings play. TAST is an earnings play. Massive gap up right now. It's a fairly low float, 33 million in the float, 19 relative volume, meaning it's trading elite 20 times, almost 20 times what it would normally trade up to this point of the day. Yeah, I have a feeling now that the AI will not alert until 9:40 now. So if you have the AI, our AI, yeah, I'm just noticing now. It used to be 9:35, but I haven't seen a 9:35 for quite a while. So it looks like 9:40 is the earliest alert that you'll get. Another earnings play. Ooh, this could be interesting. INFN, guys, could be interesting. The only issue is the next high looking left on the daily is 428. That's pretty close. If it can get through that, then it's. I wish it were more of a straight shot to this 470 mark way up here. But there are little areas that it could stall on the way up. Boy, this app. I mean, is this going to go negative? Seriously, I'm not asking for. This is a rhetorical question. So remember, I mean, this has a $50 price target on it from Goldman Sachs. Wow, look at the MGNI. Okay, guys, Disney is looks like it's making a new low, guys. Disney's making a new low. Okay, Yeti, is getting close. Wow, it's right at that. There's the weekly high, 47.27. So it's right almost there. And next high after that is 49.02. I'm not saying it's getting there, but those are your levels. But it is so extended right now. So there's one that ran. Okay, there's an example of one that ran. It had a little minor pullback, but one that ran. We talked about it in the pre-market. The volume has certainly picked up now, 531,000 shares. Basically, see, it hardly traded in the pre-market. This opening 15-minute candle is 492,000 shares right now, accounting for most of the volume. Hardly traded in the pre-market. Playboy, PLBY is an earnings play. Almost a lifetime low. Wow, MGN, just getting kicked. Well, nicely done, Grumpy, on a 38 break for the APP. This is, I mean, I'm not kidding, guys. I mean, there's the low in the pre-market, 33.81, and that's what it got to. 33.81, 33.83, so almost to the penny, the low in the pre-market. It takes that out. Well, I'm going to stick an alert there. I mean, if it takes that out, it could just keep going down. All right, guys, I've taken a little bit of this GDRX, okay, just a little bit. I want to say there's the next high looking left. I don't anticipate it getting much more, well, if it gets there, that's fabulous. But and this is showing up on my down big yesterday, up big today. Okay, so it just took out yesterday's high. Wow, what a short for app, guys. I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievable. I think it's more unbelievable because the Goldman is, but they do carry some weight, and they put a $50 price tag on this. Not that it was going to get to 50 today or maybe even ever, but to see this huge sell-off. I do, but let me know what you get in it, okay? The reason where is it here? There's a custom formula in there, okay? Now, I don't think it matters if you don't have it, if you're not used to using custom formulas, and it shouldn't be affected. But let me know what sort of alerts you get, okay? 'Cause these are the last ones I've got, but I have a custom formula in here that basically it's supposed to make sure that when I get the alert, the next high or the next low is at least 50 cents away, okay? That's what it's supposed to do, but it's a custom formula. But the formula is U28, so if you've never I mean, that's in the if you've never created one before, I believe that it'll be okay, it just may not take. It won't add it to your list of custom formulas. But if you the only thing that can damage you, I think, is if you have a bunch of custom formulas and you've got one that is U28. I know it's listen, if you're new to trading, if you're new to this, don't worry what I'm saying because custom formulas are something that most people don't use. But I'd be interested to know what sort of alerts you're getting. Okay, so that knocked me out of the GDRX, guys. That was a test. So just again, a little manageable loss on it. I was in it When it got down to 850, I took it out. So I was in at 856. 850 got me out. It's a very tight stop on it. Okay, now this is maybe should be a little more interesting because look at the gap now, 1282, almost a dollar to the next high. You have the 200 to contend with, but that's still far enough away. For me, if this gets over 12, I'll be interested in this GTES. Okay. Again, a big gap down yesterday and then moving above today's high. All right, guys, MGNX. This is interesting. It's an earnings play through the 200-day moving average now. It's over 6, all the things I kind of like. The next high looking left is 608, so it's past that, 618. I mean, if it can get through the 618, then the next high is way up here at 672. So I'd be really watching this, especially on a 618 break for MGNX. It had the halts, but it's above the halt price, the first halt price of 595. Not a low float, not a high float, 58 million in the float. Now, I mentioned this ORGN, just a little too cheap for me to short, but you know what? This gets close to a dollar. That would be a great 50% move or more. You mean Roblox? Hey guys, like really watch is NGNX on a break of 618. Now, if you're new to all this, what you're seeing here, option plays, I don't trade options. What this is doing is looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, just another way to find stocks that are acting abnormally today. And in this case, it's all about options. So you can see right here. I mean, this doesn't trade a huge number of contracts. It's 5,600 right now, ORGN, but that's 7.5 times normal. 751%. So seven and a half times normal. Normal meaning what did it average over the last 10 days? So this TPR is getting hammered here, guys, on the way down because they are buying Capri CPRI. And of course, usually what happens is that the acquiring company gets hammered down, whereas Capri is up, CPRI. So Rob, did you get Easy Go? Did you get Easy Go? You may get more. You may get actually get more. Okay. Now anything in light blue is a suggestion to go long. And anything in I haven't got one yet. Anything that would be in hmm, Why didn't MQ show up? This is a don't repeat version of it. There goes guys, MGNX. I'm in. Sorry. Ah, okay, Rob, do one thing. Well, you may have it. You may have it. What I must have I forgot to check. There's a check mark right there. So I believe both of yours are checked. These are two strategies in here. Up big yesterday, down big today, down big yesterday, up big today. Couple of alerts or a couple of scans. Mine was unchecked. Yours should not be. So that's why you should. So you will get the one. This is you won't see this one because that happened before you. But there's MQ. What is MQ doing right now? 533. So again, that was up big yesterday. I mean, again, don't let the red bar, of course, deceive you. This was still up, not just you, Rob, but anybody. And yeah, it closed way below the open, but it was still up big yesterday. Okay, guys, I've taken some of the MGNX off. Mid 30s, pulling back a bit now. So obviously, this is the one I should have taken. There's the Azul at 1072. It's at 1105 now. Again, down big yesterday, up big today. Okay. No, it doesn't have to. It's not. They're not necessarily going to be up that big yet. Okay. Now this is up 9%. It has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close for the trigger. It has to be above yesterday's high. Of course, well, that makes sense. It has to be above 2% above yesterday's close. And the stock has had to have gapped down at least 5% the day before. Oof. Daily and then weekly, Preston. Okay. Daily and then weekly. I don't see anything on the daily chart. In other words, when I say that, so for instance, here's a SUL, right? If I look left and everything was below the current price, then I'll look on the weekly chart to see what I can see. And of course, there was also a catalyst for Hasul because of the now look, keep an eye on this GTES, guys. Takes out 12. What's the volume like? Yeah, good volume, good volume. 464,000 shares, big float, 153 million. Okay, well, WU is an earnings play. No, I'm sorry, is not an earnings play. WU is not an earnings play. Western Union is at a 1225 is 1226 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So it's right there. The next high is 1251. Hey guys, for some reason my Google went crazy. Just give me a moment. Okay, I think this is another earnings play that is drifting down, guys. Yeah, look at Sono. So we're starting to see some of these stocks that are positive for the day. So those of you who are looking for other bounce plays or stocks that are, I wouldn't call this not go parabolic or anything, but sort of fades. This option play scanner is pretty good for that. You have to click on the alert, of course, to see whether or not the stock is still up for the day. Because most of the time, and the other thing, brown is a suggestion to go short, light blue, a suggestion to go long. Okay, guys, all out of the MGNX. That was a pretty whippy one. But look at Sono now. Sono underneath the whole number, 6. A big reaction to earnings after hours, big pop up to $18. Has dropped almost $3. So really, guys, my number one focus right now is on the GTES if it takes out 12. Okay. It got kicked. I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure why this happened yesterday. Had to be another reason because earnings were on the 4th, was on the 4th. This was a reaction to earnings. There was a pop up and then a sell off. And then the last 3 days, selling off, breaking down through the 200-day moving average. Thank you, Bob. Okay, so that was the reason. Okay, so they did a financing. Thank you very much. Probably could have looked over here. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, the fact I don't see it doesn't mean it didn't happen. I just don't see it here. Wow, look at the NGNX now. Boy, Tapestry again. Tapestry really getting hit hard here. TPR on their buyout of Capri CPRI. I have not seen this one. Okay, Sono. The next low looking left for Sono on the daily chart is 1521. Okay, guys, in Sono on a short, anywhere close to 16, it'll get me out. You know what's come back? Shoot, look at the GDRX. It has come all the way back now, guys. I noticed that a couple of times yesterday on some of these ones. It took a while for them to really get going. So this is when I took a little loss on. All right. Well, Sono may knock me out, but it's almost got close to 16. Look at Zila now. Boy. Zila now is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. I don't know if there are any shorts available. There were only a few shorts before. 45,000. So there's been a lot of covering because there were not that many before. Now the next low is looking at it looks like maybe 474-ish can hold it. But look at this, it's gone negative. Okay, guys, keep an eye on WWW. This is an earnings play. It is trying to come back. WWW. All right, didn't catch all the W's. There we go. Wolverine worldwide. So it is trying to come back. A 10 break. I'm going to stick in a little around 10 to see if it does that. This is an earnings play. Well, Western Union. So there's the alert at 1224. So we've got a little bit of room to 1252. Edible just got smashed on Edible. Let's take a look at Edible. I know Edible was on my, I think it was an earnings play, wasn't it? EDBL. This is somebody in our YouTube room, VWAP in our YouTube room. So you obviously went long. No shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers for Edible, EDBL. All right, guys, GTES, so close. Now, I'm not saying if it takes out 12, it's going to run, but I mean, it's got a lot of room. 1279 is are the highs after hours yesterday. Okay, there we go, guys. So now we're at 1201. What I'd like to see is it get to about a bid of say 1207, like clear that whole number a little bit more. So I put the alert here, knowing now that it's above that, it's at the whole number. 1207 will give me a little more confidence. So if I took the trade at 1207, I could put a stop at 12 or thereabouts. Your charts at Thinkorswim not moving at all. Well, I cannot help you there, but anybody else with Thinkorswim? Are they having a problem? Okay, so Sono is back to where I shorted it. So just going to give this a little bit longer. Sorry, do I have any preference on choosing short or option for stock? Not sure I understand the question exactly, Kev. I mean, these are the alerts I get. I click on them and I figure out if I want to trade it or not, whether it's long or short. Man, look at that GDRX that knocked me out for about a 6 cents loss. Oh, too bad. I'm just a little bit early on it. Oh, okay, PJ, you may answer that question. I don't trade options at all, Kev. I don't trade options at all. Okay, look at GTES, guys. It just snuck underneath 12 again. So that's why I've got my alert set for about 12:07. All right, guys. You get a little tired of the Sono. Basically, a little bit above where I shorted it. Ah, PJ or CELH making a new high here now. Just took out the high of yesterday. CELH. Boy, had a big sell. Well, not a big sell off, but down 68 this morning. Not on a percent. It looks worse than it is, but all right, guys. Again, I'm just really watching the Sono now. I mean, it gets anywhere close to 16. I'm out. I mean, it's 15.95 on the ask. So, Kev, don't ask me. I don't trade options at all. Okay, so I only trade the stock. Well, I mean, you can ask me, but that's my answer. I don't trade options. This is, maybe I should rename it or something. I mean, it's just looking for stocks having abnormal option activity. All I'm doing, I'm just looking for stocks with trading activity that is abnormal for the day. Okay. And in this case, using the option data to zero in on stocks having that are trading abnormally for the day. Most of my other scans just look at the relative volume. Okay, so maybe PJ can answer. I mean, I know PJ plays options, or somebody else who plays options, but I don't trade options, so I can't answer that question. Okay, Sono, you can move down now for me, just so I know. Yeah, well, we've got a filter for that. Stocks at an all-time high. So, PJ, can you take an attempt to answer Kev? Because I know, or anybody else who plays options, or have you already answered due to the option premiums, time decay, etc.? Is that your answer? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, guys, X Pro on the move here. X Pro on the move. This is, guess what? All-time high. X Pro is an all-time high. XPRO, all-time high. Not an earnings play. Had earnings on July 27th, but this is an all-time high. 2404 was the all-time high. So now this is the all-time high. What's the spread like? Not bad. Yes. Sorry. I was so close to covering my position in Sono. What's going on with my spy chart here? Something is crazy. The big gap. There we go. Ah, shady rut roll market. You're always the doom and gloomer. I know you love to play the vixes and all. So Dow's up huge, NASA's up huge, and SPY's up big. So yeah, we've got a big rally day today for sure. I mean, the market might fade, yes, but right now, Oof. I looked at my account and I thought I was long Sono. I'm short Sono, but when I quickly looked, I thought I saw long Sono. All right, so Sono again, I'm not saying it's getting to 15.19, but there is a low looking left yesterday for Sono, SONO. So Rob, are you getting all these now? Are you getting all these GDRXs? What a great one. I mean, I can't believe I got stopped out for a 6 cent loss. What a great one. Okay, guys, I've covered some of my Sono. Okay, I've covered some of my Sono on the 1560 mark, 1560 mark. Still moving down a bit. Ah, okay. So you're getting, you know what's happening then. I know what's happening. So because I've got that custom filter in, I'm only going to see, let me take a look at SLDP. Hopefully this is going to make sense. Yeah, so that's why I won't see SLDP because when I look left, the next low is not 50 cents away. Yeah, you get everything and more, right? Because I have that custom filter that I've got is only going to trigger as long as when I look at the next low or the next high, it's at least 50 cents away. So that's not impeding. So you're going to get more. Now, if you guys know how to write a custom formula, you can add it if you want. I can give you the formula, but that's the problem though, with these custom formulas, they don't copy. So I think you know how to write a custom formula, right, Rob? Okay, so anybody who wants, if you've taken this one, the up big yesterday, down big today, and you know how to write a custom formula, I'll give you the formula. Give me a moment as I just search for it. You may have seen this one. I think you may have already seen this one. Okay, there it is. And you know how to write it. So I put 50 cents, minimum. You can put whatever you want, but I put 50 cents. Of course, the ABS, the absolute, makes it so that you can see the ones looking left on the downside and looking left on the upside. Wow, Sono just continues to move down. Now, a lot of this, you're going to have some activity on this because, of earnings. So stocks that may have had a nice reaction to earnings the day before, like Blink, and now moving down. Well, that's my bias, Kev. Yeah, that's my bias. Stocks that are moving down. Yes. So anything in brown, that's why I took the Sono. Yeah, and you can see obviously when you got the alert for blink at 6:47, the next low looking left is way down here at 586, which of course is 50 cents away, more than 50 cents away. So on my homepage, you just go to my homepage and you can pick and choose what you want. Everything that you see, everything that you see on my shared monitor is right here. So click on my homepage link. You know what? I usually do this at 10:30, so I'll do it a little bit earlier than 26. Go over everything you're going to find on my homepage. So just give me a moment. Okay, so on my homepage link, oops, I got two in there. Well, I don't care what the AI says, trade Russ. Yeah, I mean, it was a long on the AI, but I just trade what I see. So again, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So again, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, you can use this promo code Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take out a yearly subscription, I can give you a better code for 25% off. If you do decide to take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Mandatory. Okay. Runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login. I wish they would get rid of dock layout. Dock layouts, I don't know. I mean, they're nice to have, I suppose, but certainly not mandatory. And I think it's confusing to a lot of people. But anyway, important intro to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, at least look at episode 7, 8, and 9 once you've downloaded. If you're new to trading, we've got a great trading course for you, Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas have put this together. Okay, the last two, a lot of videos. I believe there are 38 videos, 38 or 39. The last two talk about the concept of creating a trading plan, not a specific plan, but why you must have some kind of a trading plan. You just can't go into trading thinking, "Oh, I think I'll take this one." So, I mean, if I ask the question every time, if somebody said to me, "What do you think of this one?" First thing I'm going to say to them, "Well, does it meet your trading plan?" And if you go, "Huh? I don't have a trading plan," you have to start thinking in terms of having a trading plan. There has to be a reason to take a trade. It can't just be, "Oh, I don't know. I kind of like the way it looks." I mean, that might be a reason. If it works for you all the time, great. So I do a sock of the day video. You can sign up for that. Trade of the week is, and that's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. It gets you about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Great education section is here. Okay. We have a great user guide, more detail about what the alert windows are about, all excuse me, are all about. Top list windows, there's that getting started again. You want to find more about stock racing. Here, price alerts. I would really take a look at price alerts. So simple to do, but very powerful. Really helps my trading. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So simple to do. But say I wanted to see if Blink took out the high again right up here. All I do is I just right click, create the price alert, and it's at 680 now. And that's because I put my mouse there. But if I could just type in a different number. I typically don't put any notes in, and then I just save it. That's it, done. And if we get a price alert, then what's gonna happen? My price alert screen will pop up on my window. There's that getting started again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that before I take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can listen to Steve for his hour. The last, so this is going to answer your question, Tony. If you want my scan, so if you click on my homepage link, here are the scans that I'm sharing. You pick and choose which ones you want. Okay, I don't have an entire layout. Not everybody wants everything. So you can just kind of pick and choose which ones you want. So there the option plays right there. Right there, option plays. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down, kind of to set the tone for the day to see what stocks might continue to move once the market opens. There's the halts resumes over here. Doc momentum up or down is right here. And I do have some, and the 10-day daily breakdown and up. These are these four right here. Okay. I don't have them on my shared monitor. I can't not put, I don't want to put so much on the shared monitor. It will get overwhelming, but you just pick and choose what you want. I don't have the up big yesterday, down big today in there yet. I'll have to figure out if I want to have I might just put it in there without a custom formula. But then what happens is people are going to see this and go, "Hey, how come I don't have the same ones?" It makes it a little bit tough. But anyway, I'll figure out what I want to do. So, if you want to take out a subscription, I would really appreciate it. Use my homepage link, and then you can use this promo code. The reason being is that this room is free. We want to keep it that way. We use this room as a marketing tool, of course. If you take out a subscription using my link, the room gets credit. Company sees that and they say, okay, let's keep the room free. Okay. So save my link, not just for that, but you can also take a look at my scans anytime you want. Excuse me, and the education section. And of course, you can ask me questions all day long. And if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. This is the format. Monday to Friday, basically between 9 and 3, 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time, sharing my screen live on the mic. I will stay later than 3 if there are questions. All right, guys. So now back to looking at the market. In the YouTube room, I'm sorry, I put two links there. It may be a little bit jumbled. So here's my homepage link. Okay. So Steve is listening to me, or so Steve and Andy are doing the switcheroo. So I guess Andy is going to be off tomorrow. So it'll be Andy in our YouTube room today instead of Steve. I guess Steve will be in there tomorrow. Okay, guys, let me just start looking at some Hilly. Yeah, so I've missed. Well, I don't want to say missed the boat in Hilly, but I mean Hilly is that break over 7 was so critical. Excuse me, a little bit choppy. No, he's back. He's back. He got back yesterday. Did buyer. Okay, you know what? A little primer and short selling. I know it's one of those things that it doesn't drive me crazy. I guess I sort of understand. But guys, if you're listening to me and you're afraid to short sell, okay, because you've heard all sorts of horrible things about short selling, just think of it this way. When you buy a stock, you hope it goes up. When you short a stock, you hope it goes down. Okay. Now forget about all these things. Yes, but you could lose infinity. I suppose in theory. Okay. In theory. But practically, look, I've been short selling for I don't know, 13 years, and especially if you're just intraday short sell. Okay, you intraday short sell, like you intraday short. Listen, you can buy something and it can just crater on you. Yes, the most you can lose is all you put into it. I get that, but practice in our simulator. Okay, take some shorts in the simulator. All you're hoping for is that the stock moves down in price. I mean, that's all it is. Now, the the tricky part can be, number 1, does your broker have shorts available? Okay? Because all brokers are gonna be different. You'll hear me say things like, I'm checking my Interactive Brokers account to see whether or not I have shorts available. When I look at Sono, for instance, there were 2,000,000 shorts available. That to me tells me that more than likely most brokerage firms will have shorts available. Okay? But there might be a stock that I look at and Interactive Brokers will say, "No shorts available right now." That doesn't mean that your broker will not have shorts available right now. It just means that IB, so it's not widespread. One of the questions we get, "Well, why don't you have a filter that lets us know when shorts are available or not?" Well, it's impossible because all brokerages are different. And also that can change during the day. You'll hear me say, for instance, when I looked at, that one, Zila. I looked at Zila earlier to see whether or not there were shorts available, and at one point there were, I think, only 23,000 shorts available, something like that. Right now there were 49,000. That means that at Interactive Brokers, there's been a lot of short covering. Okay, people are, remember now, when you want to get out of your position, you basically buy the stock at a lower price, and the difference between where you shorted it and where you buy it, that's your profit. Now, obviously, if it goes up, then you're going to take a loss. But it's just the same. You buy something and it goes down, you take a loss. You short something and it goes up, you take a loss, but you'll always have a stop loss. Well, look at Sono now. Oh, brother, turning into a great. I covered some at the 1560 mark, but this might go. Didn't I say this might go negative? SONO. There we go. It's gone negative now. And now we're getting a bit of a bigger red bar. I mean, we're getting close now to that low of yesterday for Sono. Yeah, it depends. I mean, I've never if something is so hard to borrow, then I don't even bother. Okay. But look at Sono as an example. And typically, I mean, there's no real charge. You cover your position in the day. But I mean, look at Sono. I mean, there's nothing. 0.27%. I don't even know how that affects me, to be honest. But yeah, you'll see some real hard to borrow stocks, and they'll say, the borrowing rate is like 50% or 60% or some crazy thing. But I'm not shorting those ones. All right, guys. Well, Kev, in theory, I suppose, but I mean, for you and I, you'd never be able to do it. Okay. I mean, in theory, I suppose that is correct. But basically, you know, like for instance, I wouldn't overcomplicate it all anyway. Okay. Try it in the simulator. Let's just do one. Okay. Let's take EBIX. Okay. EBIX. I'm just looking at to make if I'm going to do it in our simulator, even though it's just play money, I do want to make sure my broker has shorts available. Let's short EQNR. I'm going to short 100 shares just to show you the mechanic. 200 shares. I click the sell button. I click, oops, where's that send button? I see. Okay, I've got to elongate this a little bit. Okay, so here I am. I'm in the short. Okay, now, just like if I went long, I'd have a stop. Now my stop is going to be above the current price. I'm just going to stick it up here. Okay, 32.25. Right click, add the stop order. Ah, idiot. I forgot to put 32.25. I put the stop at the current price. So let's do it again. Let me move this over just a little bit. There we go. Okay, let me try that again. I'm going to short. Might have to just stretch this out just a little bit more, guys. The send. I mean, I see the send there, but shrink this down just a little bit. There we go. Okay. Well, let's do it again. I'm going to short 200 shares of the EQNR. So this time you click the sell button. Bid ask is okay. Send it. Okay, now I'm in this again. Okay, now I put my stop. I'll put my stop at the top here just to show you what you would do. I think this is the proper stop, but now type it in 32.24, add it. Now you'll see there'll be a so if it gets up to 32.04, I lose $41 in the simulator. Okay. Now, and listen, I'm not trying to convince anybody to short. If you still have this this nervousness of then don't do it. I'm just saying though that there's so many great opportunities to short stocks, take advantage of the market sometimes. And if I want what to make money, of course, what I want is for this. My entry is at 32.04. I want this to obviously move down in price. And then when I want to cover my position, as it's called, I just buy it at the lower price. I buy it at the lower price. And then my profit is the difference between where my entry was and where I covered it. Well, you can buy back your shorts anytime, of course, but you should always have a stop. You should always have a stop. Okay. Am I still in Sono? Yes, I did sell some at 1561, John, but I'm still in Sono. Yes. It's getting very close to that low of yesterday. But you always have a stop. I don't, whether you're shorting something or you're going long something. Remember, so I've got my stop for this EQNR above the current price because if it moves above it, then I'm going to be losing money. If it goes above the price where I shorted it, then I'll be losing money. So you always have a stop. But if I wanted to right now, cover my position, then I just flatten the trade. Don't never say that, assuming there is no stop. There should never be an assumption like that. Oh no. This is guys, this is giving me way more than I thought. Bobby had an 11% loss below the stop price. So what happened? It moved so fast on you that it blew right below your stop price. What was the stock? I mean, it must have been an incredibly fast mover. I mean, there's not a heck of a lot you can do. I mean, you have to be watching it, and of course, and as it's moving down through your stop price, scrambling to sell it manually. I mean, look at the Stono guys. I mean, talk about a great short. I mean, I did not think it was going to do this. And if you recall, when I was in this one at 1586. I was saying I was going to take myself out of the trade if it got up to 16. I think it got an ask up to 1597, and it started to fall. Now look at it. And it is below yesterday's low now. Unbelievable. Well, there's no suggestions, Bobby. You'd have to, I mean, if you had a stop in, let's just for argument's sake, say I had a stop at 16 for Sono. And then for whatever reason, okay, it took a huge move up immediately. But this could happen on the long side too. Okay. Something could have a huge move down and it can blow through your stop. There's no suggestions I can make, you know, other than hopefully you're at your computer and then you can, start to manually get out of the trade. But I mean, it's very rare that that'll happen. What can happen, depending how many shares that you took or a person takes. Let's just say you were, say, 1,000 shares in something that was pretty cheap, and you have a stop at a certain price, and it starts to really run down. You may not get a complete fill at your stop price because it doesn't care that you want to sell 1,000 shares at your stop price. It'll probably it could get out of some of it, but maybe not all of it. When you say lots of shares, look at Sono, guys. I mean, this is exciting for me. I wish I still had my entire position, but that's okay. Well, when you say lot of shares in stock, you mean the volume, the total volume? What was the stock? Just tell me what the stock was, and let's take a look at it. And a lot of it will depend on the float. If it's one of these crazy low float situations, you just got to be really careful. Well, you know what, guys? I got to start looking left again now for Sono 1494. I mean, I would think maybe 15 holds it. I mean, the next low looking left is 1495. Oh, well, I can't help. I mean, Bobby, it's hard for me to help because one thing you should be aware of is the float. So if it's one of those really crazy low float stocks, you have to be very careful because I mean, yeah, those things can be very volatile. They're great when they're moving higher, but they can just, move down a lot higher or a lot more quickly than they move up. You've heard the expression maybe escalator up, elevator down. Corny, but true. Okay, guys. Well, if this pops over 15, Sono pops over 15, then I'll be trading out most of my position. I'm just watching to see because it's right at this there. Okay, so see here. Okay, so I've covered most of my position now for Sono. And why would I do that? Again, just look left. There was a low there, 1495. It did get to 1491, but the minute it started to move a little bit up, I was actually my finger was on my on my cover, getting out of the trade button right when it was at 15. Because I'm really very wary about stocks when they approach a whole number. All right, guys. Well, that was exciting. Okay, guys. Here is another one showing up on that. Let's see, the up big yesterday, down big today. Let's take a look at the L Pro. Wow, look at the L Pro. Big area right there. The VWAP is over the VWAP, 814. 830 is the 200-day moving average right there. That's the high of yesterday, I believe. 829, yes. So it's just a little bit above the high of yesterday. And of course, you can see the room. Now, what I like to see is maybe the market being helping a little bit. Bounce plays will work a lot better if the market's a bit on your side, or at least not moving down on you. Okay, so I mean, we have a big bottoming tail there, so it doesn't have to be moving higher, but just sort of even neutral. You just don't want to see a bunch of red bars if you're going to try to take some of these types of trades. I don't think so, Phoenix. No, there's no way to change the commission rate. No. Just looking left, John. That's all I do. No, no indicator. I just look left. I kept looking left on Sono, and the next low was 1510, I believe, on the daily. 1520 was so that was kind of my, if you want to call it a target. That was my first area, thinking, okay, it could stall there. And then when it didn't stall there, then I just looked left, and 1495 was the next one. Not 14.8, no, 1495. 1495 on the weekly chart. Yeah, we don't, but Phoenix, scalping is such a something I honestly don't think you should do, but you've got to do what you want to do. But I don't know how new you are to trading. If you're scalping in a simulator, it may not, even if you have free commissions, you've got to deal with slippage and all that in the real world. I mean, if you're interested in scalping and all, you should attend the Wednesday YouTube session, because Jamie does a lot of scalping, but he's been doing it for many, many years. And plus, he's taking big positions, big positions. Well, when you talk about taking 10 or 20 cents, I mean, I'll take 10, I'll go into a trade, thinking, well, remember, it's all about the risk reward. So it's not so much, I mean, 10 or 20 is probably a little light for me, but because I tend not to have very, very, super tight stops. But if I had a 5 cent stop, and if I can make 20 cents on the trade, of course, that's a one for four. So it's not a scalp, because, your risk reward is still very good. Oh, okay. What is going to happen with the L Pro? This is another interesting one. It reminds me of the GTES guys. What, this is so interesting. I mean, if the market picks up again, we got this big bottoming tail here. We start getting some green bars again. What time is it now? 10:59. So this has got 10 seconds to close. This one has 10 seconds to close. So let's see if the next one can be green. So probably help trades like this if it did. Okay, Krogan in our YouTube room. Can we move a scanner from one layout to another? I like some of the stock scanners on a pre-made layout. I would like to build a completely new layout using some of those pre-made scanners. Okay. So are you talking about scans that are in our channels, Krogan? Like, are you talking about going to the talk channel bar and then you see maybe a scan, close of winners as an example? But we don't have a lot of scans here. They're all races. But where are you talking using some of the pre-made scanners? Which ones are you talking about? Talking about mine, or because it's very easy to make your own layout with a bunch of pre-made scanners, or scanners that I'm either giving you, or ones that you're finding in our channel bar. I can show you how, but I just have to know exactly what you mean. There is some background noise, so the noise canceling is not. I'm just clapping a little bit. Unless it's picking up my wife's radio. It's picking up the radio. Interesting, but not the clapping. Hmm, that's interesting. Okay, so Krogan, this is all you have to do. Now, unfortunately, I don't see a lot of scanners anymore, and I don't like that. I know they're well. Here's a momentum, okay, but they've taken the scanners out. It's all about the races. I mean, but okay, let's take a look at this one. The action is heating up. Okay, this is a top list window. Let's just say you wanted this one. So first of all, can you hear me and see my screen before I keep going? No, I'm talking to Krogan in our YouTube room. I just have he's wanting to make construct a layout based on some of the scans that we've got in our, I guess, in our channels. So Krogan, can you see my screen and can you hear me? I know there's a slight delay in YouTube, but okay. Before I proceed, I have to get a yes from you. Well, I'll have to wait for Krogan to answer me because there's no point in my doing all this if you can't hear me or see me, or see my screen. All right, guys, what else is happening now? The Yeti is still pretty interesting. YETI, maybe on a short. Yeah, I mean this is an earnings play. The volume really picked up. If you recall, in the pre-market, there was hardly any volume. But look at the volume now, 2.8 million. Okay, guys, actually this EQ&R is now starting to show. Well, there, yeah, why not? It's starting to show on the up big yesterday, down big today. I did take this in the simulator just to show you, how the mechanics of doing a short sell. Now, sometimes, this is how we do it here, and this it would be the same in Interactive Brokers. Some brokerage platforms, they may even say short sell instead of just sell. You'll have to make sure how you take a short in your brokerage platform. Boy, this is a exactly why we have price alerts, guys. So remember, I was talking about this GTES. I was really interested in this one. Okay, really interested in it because I mean it's a lot like the L Pro. Huge gap, potential gap to fill, right? Huge, and it looked really good. I waited for the 12 break, got the alert, then I start looking at it. watching how it's trading around 12. And I thought, okay, but I really wanted to take out 12 in a slightly bigger way, put an alert at 12:07, and that probably would have got me into the trade. Then I could have put my stop at around 12, but look what happened. It didn't happen. So I guess what I'm really trying to say is I did not anticipate that it was going to happen. I wait for the price alert to happen. And if it doesn't happen, just move on. You guys can hear me in YouTube. Krogan asked the question, but he seems to have disappeared. Oh, the same thing with the L Pro. I mean, I love the L Pro. Look at this. I mean, it is just looking really. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average, 830, a little bit above it. I mean, maybe if it gets to 837 ish, that might get me into this. Okay, Dan, thanks. So, okay, Krogan, maybe he's got some problems with his computer because he asked a question and now he's gone. Okay, so we did not get a green bar after that big bottoming tail on the SPY. Next, we've got another red bar, but we're getting some bottoming tails. So, the buyers are sort of stepping in. So this was an earnings play for L Pro. Okay, this was a reaction to earnings for L Pro. So this is right now my number one focus is the L Pro. Okay, I heard some grunting. This EBIX. This was one that I almost got hurt on yesterday a little bit. Wanted to short this one, and I was all set to take it, and then I paused, and then it just popped. But this is really moving down. The next low looking left is 17. But this can be really whippy. What's the spread like? Actually, the spread's not bad. Hmm. So this is an earnings play yesterday. This was an earnings play yesterday. That was the reaction. But this is what I'm talking about though. It had this little move from about 26 up to 27 before it really fell at the end of the day. Okay, guys, I'm just really pausing now, not really seeing too much that I like, not getting too many new alerts. Hey, what's this PGEN doing? Okay, look at some of these halted ones. I haven't seen. Oh, this is so. Must be an IPO today. Yeah, $5 a share. What? Let me see if I can find what it was projected to be and where it's from. Okay, I'm going to check my IPO calendar. So this actually looks like a pretty decent one. Okay, it's above the projected IPO price. Let me just do a check on my IPO calendar and find out where it's from also. Give me a moment. Okay, LQR. So, wow, a million shares, five. So this is okay. This could be, well, not could be. It's already kind of a crazy one. Okay. Now, next step, where's it from? China, 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 China. Oops. Ah, not China. Too bad. It's the China ones that can go absolutely bananas. So this is a okay, tequila. Something to do with tequila. Business limited brand of Anejo, tequila, etc. So why I'm saying this is could be an interesting one because the IPO is projected to open at 5. Okay, but of course it opened at 5, but now it's above that at that price. Only a million shares have been issued. So I mean these are the ones that go absolutely crazy. Now, highly risky. So what I'm going to do though is stick a price alert above the high of the day. What's the spread like? Yeah, the spread isn't terrible. Highly risky though. Highly risky. And so when I emphasize that point is that if you're ever going to do this, you cannot take very many shares because this is the type of stock that can just, you talk about blowing through a stop. Well, Andy will be in the YouTube room in about 45 minutes. I'm sorry, Andy. It'll be yeah, Andy. Yeah, it is Thursday. Yes, it'll be Andy in our YouTube room, not Steve today. Steve, I guess will be in our YouTube room tomorrow. Okay, guys. Well, So the reason I'm actually watching this because I mean I have an alert set for 7:23 or 4, but it could just power right through that. And so I'm gonna watch it and then figure out if it gets over that 7:20 mark, what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Okay. Dropping down below 7. Okay, I'll move on. Boy, look at this one, the one I took a small loss on earlier, GDRX. So really accelerated all the way up to 916 and then it's pulled right back down. Tough day, guys. A lot of choppiness in the things I'm seeing. The only one that wasn't choppy, to be honest, was the Sono. You know, it basically had a nice steady move down until I got to that 15 level. Ah, you're right, it is not. I was looking at something earlier. So as I was saying, Origin for me was a little too cheap, but you know what? That's a great percentage move on a short from two. A great percentage move on a short from two. Is L-Pro considered a gap down? And no, no, it's because it didn't gap down. Okay, on the day, it did not gap down on the day. This is just a this is just down big yesterday, up big today. Okay, that's what this is. But it did not gap down today. Remember what the gap is. The gap is the first print of the day, the first trade of the day. So it closed here yesterday, and it actually so it closed here at what 795, and it opened above that. So it did not gap down. Now, if you want something like that, I do have a scan for that. So if you click on my homepage link, you get to my homepage and then scroll down until you see the scan section. Gap continuation or reverse. Okay, that's what these are the gappers. Gap continuation or reverse. And you can have that. There are four scans in there. So for the gap continuation, so a stock that gapped up and kept moving higher, stock that gapped down kept moving lower, and then the reversal. Gap up, reverse, gap down, reverse. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So there is, so yeah, on my homepage. So if you want a gap continuation or reversal scan, and there again, there are 4 scans in there. Let me just load it, show you what I'm talking about. So 4 strategies in here, okay, or 4 scans, gap up and go. So that means the stock gapped up, and then when you would get the alert, it is moving higher. Doesn't mean, of course, that it's going to keep moving higher all day long. Gap down and reverse. The stock gap down, and then it's trying to reverse. Doesn't mean it's going to reverse all day long. Gap up and reverse, stock gapped up, and it's reversing, and then gap down and go. So stock gap down and kept moving down when the alert hit. Again, this doesn't mean stocks when a gap down and go is going to keep going down all day long. You have to click on the alert, but those are the four scans that are in this multi-strategy window. Okay. So here's a gap up and go for DWAC as an example. 1119. So you can see what happened. They gapped up. So remember, the first print of the day is the gap, and then it kept moving higher for a while. But doesn't mean it's going to keep moving higher all day. So that's a scan you might like. Anybody out there, you might like that. And if you're asking why don't I have that up and running, I don't want to have so many scans. Okay, otherwise I'll get nothing done. I'm right on the edge now as we speak. We said they were good, Fred. Listen, the market will drive you crazy. Okay, I don't know. Maybe they guided poorly. I don't know. ORGN record low after Q2 loss versus year ago profit. Well, there's an answer right there. I didn't see anything else, but I mean, obviously that's not a good headline. It's more after the company announced a pivot into the biofuel market the previous day and said it was delaying its Origin 2 project. Lots of reasons. Lots of reasons. You can read it right here. So why? I mean, I'm not sure why you thought that all that would have been good. Okay, guys, I decided to take the L Pro. Okay, so I've got a fairly tight stop on it. It trades pretty well. I mean, the spread's only a penny. So I decided to take the L Pro 834, and there's the 200-day moving average. So that would probably get me out. Okay, so just a little bit underneath it. So that's why I'm saying it's a pretty tight spread or tight stop for me. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to start do is start putting a little bit some price alerts just a little above. See if I can induce it upwards. Oh, this is just showing up this JXN. This. I think this was this crazy one from a few weeks ago. Yeah, up to $50. JXN showing up. Be very careful. It's on a low float. I can't really remember. I don't know if this was an IPO. Doesn't appear that it was an IPO, or at least not a recent one. So I don't know why this got up to almost $50. A lot of low, it's not short float is only 3%, so it's not like it was one of those ones that some Reddit crew got a hold of it. And you can see, I mean, it doesn't trade options very much. My minimum number of contracts has to be 500. So it's just sneaking in now. But that 519 represents almost double normal. Normal meaning what was the average over the last 10 days. So that's why it's just kind of sneaking in here. Now, if you're interested, well, the Zila though is actually is negative, isn't it? Now, I was going to say if it was still positive, but if it gets over five, that could get it running again. But Zila is negative still. I would have to wait for it to go positive, which means 23 cents from now, say 507. Because if it goes positive again, that might get traders interested in it again. But just a complete and utter fluff piece, saying, okay, we're something to do with, I don't even know what this means. I mean, I can read every word. I know what every word, I can define every word, but what does it really mean? Collaboration with Microsoft to help really? So what does that really mean? Like, does Microsoft really even know these guys? You know what I mean? I mean, it sounds wonderful. And of course, the market reacted, wow, look at that, Microsoft and Zila, AI. Okay, I stand corrected if you're not kidding. Okay. Why is it so cheap then? Because I mean, it's only got 6 million in the float. I think this did reverse split. I sort of remember this doing a reverse split a while back. Okay, guys, I'm out of the L Pro. Might look at it again if it. Well, wait a minute. Maybe I won't get at it quite yet. It's right at the VWAP. I'm sorry, at the SMA 200. 830. So I'm just going to want to see if it can hold that 830. I mean, I'm in at 834, so I mean, I'm not underwater much, but I just want to see how well it holds. It's been trading fairly well, and it's not been too volatile. So I mean, I'm not expecting it to go from 830 to 820 in a second. Okay, thank you, Leanne. You see, fake news. It makes sense to me. I mean, it's not that cheap. That amount in the float, if it was that good, it shouldn't be that cheap. You better say you're sorry. SDA. I don't think my filter is working correctly. 1680, so 1630. It should be 1630, the next low. Yeah, it's not working right. Give me a moment. Yeah, my custom filter isn't working exactly right. I wonder why. Because I have this alert here for SDA at 1680. The next low looking left should be 1630, 50 cents away. But when I look at it, well, that's because I thought that was 1630. Okay, it's working. Rosanna Dana. Never mind. All right, L Pro, take me out of the trade or move higher, but don't just sit there. So I've watched this app. I have not taken a trade in app. I mean, it was an awesome short to begin with, and it's been an awesome bounce. I've not taken a trade in this one, but this is getting interesting over 37, perhaps. It got up to 39. And Goldman is still sitting out there with their $50 price target. So I don't know. I mean, now Yeti guys, Yeti. YETI. I think it's sitting on the VWAP. Yeah, just a little bit above the VWAP, guys. So if Yeti, well, one of two things can happen, of course. I mean, it could hold and move, but I'd be a little more inclined to putting an alert around 47.40 for a potential short. Now it's a strong stock, though. It is a very strong stock. Obviously, with earnings, I mean, it's a tremendous run, 20% up. Look what it did, though. It got up to 48.93, and the high over here is 49. So very close before it stalled. Okay, there's the app, guys. APP above 37. This is a very tricky one. This JXN. I mean, it's showing up now. It's the next high. It must be on the daily chart. Must be. You don't see it here, but there it is. The next high is 30. What 35? 35.63 or so. The donut. Mention the donut in the pre-market. I think this is an earnings play, DNUT. So this is just showing up now, 1266 on the option scanner. My problem with it would be probably, well, maybe not. You know what? This has got some room, guys. 1215. It's 1215. Looks like there's a lot of support around that level, but it's at 1266 now. So that would be enough. Well, I just tried to take a quick short of it, but the uptick rule, it's down 12%. I didn't get a fill right away. Lots of shares available, almost 10 million to short. So that's not an issue. Look at Penn coming back now, guys. Penn long triggered, okay. Penn just 26.57 on the option scanner. I can see, look at that. Yeah, the 15-minute little breakout now. Yeah, I mean, the close look at app, I mean, it's over that whole number, 37. So, I mean, it's, looking pretty good over that whole number. And with the Goldman $50 price target, still up 26%. So, I mean, it had a big drop. It's a little scary, going from 39 down to 33, $6 drop. El Pro, thank you. Okay. Now there's the donut, guys. You would not fill me. Did I no, I did not see it. Only saw it for the first, well, I knew about it in the pre-market, but showed up in the option scanner right here, 1266. Tried to short it, but I couldn't get a fill because of the uptick rule. I held it there for about 20 seconds on the bid. They just wouldn't fill me because of that up. It's over down more than 10%. Would have been better trying to do it at 13. You're right, because then it wasn't down 10%. Yes. Now that's the problem. Yes, John. The problem is that when you had a big bottoming tail, it's not going to trigger, in a situation like this. In this scan here, remember, has to make a new low for the day or a new high for the day. So unfortunately, when you get a big bottoming tail, if you're trying to short something on that opening 15-minute candle, it won't capture it here until it hits that. Doesn't mean that's horrible, but somebody said the KVUE is going to be added to the S&P 500. Is that correct? So the short interest, so the question in the YouTube room, short float, short float interest, the percent, I guess you're talking about, and the float itself, they get updated every 15 days, approximately twice a month. Okay, and that is industry wide. It's nothing to do with our provider. So typically, the 15th and 30th, unless the 15th and 30th fall on a weekend, but typically the 15th and the 30th, Trevor. Oh yeah, you can short it. It's just that it's more difficult to get the shorts. What happens is, you know, trying to short donut. Okay, so right now, take a look at donut. So when I was trying to short it at 1263, I think. And so I put in a bid at 1263. I mean, it's 1259 right now, but I put in a bid at 1263. The ask was 1264, and it wouldn't fill me because what happens on the uptick when a stock is down more than 10%, there has to be some action at the ask, and then going back to the bid, action meaning trades. But I could be in a queue of other people wanting to do the same thing. And so that gets a little frustrating sometimes. So yes, you can get a short if it's down 10%, but sometimes it can be frustrating. And if that's the case, I just, forget about it. Well, that is the uptick rule. Yes. It doesn't mean you can't short it. It just means that sometimes it's a little harder to get the short exactly where you want it. And again, the uptick rule, any stock that's down 10% or more, you may not get a quick fill if you go in on the bid. All right, guys. Well, there's a little EQNR. This is interesting. I mean, look at the gap underneath. There's the next low. Now the 200-day moving average may hold it 3108 or 3113. That may hold it also. Yeah, you can still. Yeah, absolutely. Assuming number one, your broker has shorts. So, for instance, this is all I do with Interactive Brokers. I've got this little pop up that I can see all the time. That tells me how many shares are available to short. This is EQNR. So that tells me how many shares. So that's the first thing. Obviously, if you want to short, your broker has to have shorts available. Okay. I'm assuming so, Trevor. I mean, you'd have to, yeah. I mean, in theory, depending on where the 15th falls, though, I mean, as I said, it's twice a month. So the 15th this month is on a Tuesday. So in theory, yes, the short interest should be updated on the 15th. Okay, should be. But I mean, I can't guarantee it, but I mean, I just use that as a rule of thumb, the 15th and the 30th. Okay, APLS, Shady's APLS. Yeah, no kidding. Great call. Not a play. Definitely bucking the market. Market's doing this. APLS is doing that. L, L Pro is bucking the market a little bit. I mean, nothing great. It's basically right where I took it. So the Dow is still up, the Nas is still up, the SPY is still up, but in peril. But we saw what happened yesterday. The Dow was down most of the day, and then the last bit of the day, the SPY had this move. You can't. It's hard to see in that. You can see this move on the SPY at the end of the day. Moved up, up, up. Then it fell a little bit at the end, but anyway, I mean, it's all over the place still. Oof. Okay, guys, 11:50. So I will put in about 10 minutes. Andy will be in our YouTube room, not Steve today. Okay, he'll take over for me when I'm on my break between 12 and 1. Yeah, I may get out of this L Pro, guys. I mean, it's just especially if I'm going to take my break. I don't want to be sitting here trying to watch this. Well, a penny under where I bought it. The other thing that's probably hurting the L Pro is the fact that the market's doing this. Again, you want to play a bounce or some kind of recovery type trade. You like to see the market at least not moving completely against you. Okay, guys, I'm out of it. I am out of it. Took a 3-cent loss. I know you guys are thinking about Yeti as a short. I mean, it may. I think it's still holding the VWAP, isn't it? I think I have yeah, I have a price alert. So 47.49 is the VWAP. So it's still kind of holding it. But you're right. I mean, if this market just continues, there's another pretty giant green red bar right now. So if the market continues this sell off, you would think that a stock like Yeti will eventually capitulate somewhat. But it's I mean, it's remaining pretty strong. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do right now is put the YouTube link in. So Andy will be in our YouTube room in about 7 minutes from now. Okay, here's another one just coming in. Zip, guys. Zip ZIP, but again, I would be reluctant to go long anything until this market at least just sort of settles down. Zip. So it's above yesterday's high. This was an earnings play, ZipRecruiter. Oh, ZipRecruiter. Boy, they advertise a lot. Anyway, ZipRecruiter. So it's above yesterday's high now. The next level, 1716 is the 200-day moving average. I would not do anything until the market stops either A moving down, just even if it settles. It doesn't have to be moving higher, but you can see we're getting a lot of looks like this, but just no big follow through because the market I think just has to help a bit. But they're wonderful looks. I mean, look at the gaps. No, there's another way to look at all this, I mean, if they fail and, we turn around and short these, especially if the market helps like this. So, I mean, maybe looking at a short down, well, maybe, 1560s, 1570 level, the high of the body of the previous day's candle. Ah, donut. No, it hasn't moved that much. I mean, I was, again, trying to get it around 1264. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. So here for a couple of minutes, but on a break, back. Oops, back at 1 p.m. Eastern time, of course. So let's see, tomorrow's Friday. So we have another probably pretty big day of earnings next week. Earnings really tail off. We had about 600 companies this week. Next week we'll have about 140, and it will continue to tail off. So this is the last big earnings week until earnings season starts in about, well, another 2.5 months. So many shares available to short for Zip? Lots of shares too. 1.77 million. So that's not an issue. Now, this uptick rule, I can't remember exactly the definition, okay? But the uptick rule, of course, was in effect yesterday. This was down obviously over 10% yesterday. And it still is in effect the next day until now. Do we have to have a full positive day before the uptick rule goes away? I think Shady, right? Because just because it's positive now doesn't mean necessarily that the uptick rule is not in effect. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute now in the main room. I'm just going to wait for Andy to show up. 11:59, so he should be there anytime. Well, it's just hard to get I mean, it might be toothless, but it's hard to get a fill sometimes where you want to get the fill. That's all. Okay, guys, I'm on mute. I'm on mute in the main room, and I'm listening to Andy, who just popped in. Right?
Yes, I sure did, Barry. How are you doing?
Okay. I'm good. How are you?
Doing good, doing good.
Another wild day in the market.
It is a wild day in the market, and I tell you, they've been selling into a lot of moves lately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So hard to be bullish right
All the
now.
major sectors are still above the 200-day moving average, but I think I think the only two that are kind of in jeopardy still are energy and healthcare. They're still kind of close to the 200-day, but
Yep.
everything else is still quite a bit above. But you're right. Every little pop seems to be met with a lot of shock selling.
Yeah, yeah. When you look at the SPY and you just look at the candles, and they look a lot different over the last several weeks than they have,
Hmm.
closing on highs.
Definitely.
Over here, you're seeing a lot closing on lows. So yeah, that hard to be excited. Uh,
Hmm.
but
So you are obviously off tomorrow. That's why
I'm
you
off
guys
tomorrow. Yeah,
switched. Okay.
yeah,
Okay. Cool. That means I
yeah.
can go right to 1 o'clock on my break
Absolutely. Yeah, you can
because with
always
you with
go right to
Steve.
1 o'clock.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I not with Steve.
Oh,
I
that's
gotta
true. Yeah, Steve
get in up
usually.
at 10:02 or 5:02 because he's got
Hmm.
all this stuff happening
He's
at
got.
work.
Yep, that's
Okay,
true.
great. Well, today is vacuuming day for me. So,
All right. Just make sure you put it on mute, right?
oh yeah. Okay, my friend.
All
We'll see
right,
you in
Barry.
about an hour.
See you later. Bye bye.
Bye.
Hi, everybody. How are things going today? My name is Andy. In case it's your first time in here, this is the webinar, our support webinar that we put on every day at noon Eastern time. So if you are in here to come get any type of support, whether you're trying to build a configuration, you got questions about the software, this is a great place to ask those questions. Otherwise, we'll talk about market and stocks, which we do a lot of. Uh, Trying to think. Let's see. Oh yeah, if you do have any like Brokerage Plus connections to any of the this is probably not the place to because we used to usually have to look at file reports and things like that. We'll have to upload your files, your support files, and we'll have to take a look at them. But any other questions we can try to tackle for sure. All right, talking about the market, yes, the spies had a nice couple of nice candles in the 15-minute, and then ran right smack into a couple of moving averages right here and selling off, and especially tech. I've noticed they've been selling tech left and right every time it, tries to get a bounce. And I know Nvidia got read pretty quick today. It did it retraced that move rather quickly. Real quickly, what I've been doing, I had some longs. I'm navigating it actually pretty well because I've been long the SPSXX, and I've been scalping some out. But anyway, it's protected me over with my longs lately. But boy, I got stopped out of a lot, and I only have a few positions here. And you're going to notice I'm not chasing any of the strong stocks because they've been getting sold into. So I'm looking for potential reversals like this T, which looks like it may be trying to poke through that 20 period moving average. Luca, I saw you before I entered the chat room. I had the chat up, and I saw you were thinking about shorting that Yeti. Now, typically in a very strong bull market, I would say that's probably not a good idea, because it is very strong. It's what I'd like to do is look at the daily and see is it ran at any resistance, and I'm pretty sure it did because if I click over here on this when it was hitting through my highs and sorry, in the extreme volume high low pro, this is a new high ticker, so it's going to show you the next area of resistance. Well, there it is. So it got real close to it. I'm surprised it didn't actually hit it. We can go back in time here and see. There you have it right there. That's exactly where it ran into. Now, for me, what I would like to see, this is my 10 period moving average. Okay, because you're going against the grain here. It's doing huge relative volume, for a big cap stock. Um, well, let's see, 4 billion. I guess it barely makes the big cap. Um, but anyway, so what I would like to see is it break below this 10 period moving average. So typically what I would do is just maybe put an alert, and really you got this candle back here that it bounced, you know, maybe cheat a little bit, but yeah, I would definitely want to see it break down below, and I would just set on alert. Otherwise, you're going to get tricked into thinking, especially if you're watching level two a lot of times, that it's breaking down and this moving average will support it and push it higher. That being said, a lot of your gappers haven't been holding up very well, but it is an earnings play, so you have to be careful. And here's the deal. I give it one shot if I'm looking at, and I have been known to, fade strong stocks, but, you know, there has to be a technical reason. Breaking this 10 period moving average would be, but I would not want to see it go back above it. It would, in other words, it would be a quick out for me if I got short that. Uh, let's see here. SPY is also jittering on the 45. Yes, yes. Good point. That 4,500 is a key support level. So kind of in no man's land, really. It's really one of those ones where I'm not, confident getting all short. In other words, selling all my longs and just staying in my SPX or adding to them. I was tempted this morning to add when the market ran right into these averages, but I said, no, you know what? Let's just be patient. I'm not needing that much of a hedge. Uh, but yes, we're in kind of no man's land, and if you draw this level right here, that's pretty close to the 4,500, and you can see that's a huge level of resistance. Not only that, I'm sorry, support. Not only that, you have the 50 period moving average. I could see in the near future us having a date with this line and the 50 period moving average. That would be a critical level, especially if you have that huge pivot level plus the 50. That would be a huge battleground now, because if you break through that, all bets are off to the. because you can see that's been supporting it right down here. Didn't get close, didn't get close. You're welcome, Luca. Good. Peter, you instructed me to look at the change 50 days. All I can find is percentage in bars. I Yes, the percentage is more relative. So Peter, if you're looking at let's say you're looking at a $200 stock versus a $5 stock, okay? And the the price is 50 cents away. Okay. Well, on a $5 stock, that's a pretty decent move, 50 cents. Okay. You're looking at what is that? A 10% move. Okay. So, but on a $200 stock, that's hardly a blip on the screen. So you're only just a small percentage points or point. I'm not going to try to figure out what it is, but I hope you get what I'm saying. So percentage is a much better filter to use because it's relative to the price of the stock. Okay. So, uh, I don't, I'm more concerned about how close it is to the moving average. Like, uh, a dollar on a $5 stock, if it's a dollar away from its 50 period moving average, that's a big distance. But on a $200 stock, that could be very, very close to the 50-day. So I hope that makes sense to you. I mean, I can't get, you know, I'm not going to be able to get dev department to make the filter a dollar. It's just uh, we use percentages when it comes from like distances away and things like that. So I think you should focus on percentages. Getting back to Yeti, uh, I would not need to see a close. Let me zoom in here so you guys can see what we're looking at. I would not want to look at, I would not want to see it close. It would be nice. It's kind of maybe a little more of a uh, confirmation, but there's a chance if it does break that 10 period moving average, the close could be a pretty decent move, maybe all the way down here to, 47.20 or something like that. So you could miss a big part of the move. Uh, Now, I would probably want to see at least a break of that 50 of that 10, I'm sorry, 10 period moving average, and then maybe a break of also this previous bar. And there's the alert, and you can see it happened pretty quick. It dropped all the way down below this bar really quick. So a lot of people look at that as maybe if they're long the stock, they may say, hey, if it breaks this 10 period moving average, I'm getting out. So that's why a lot of times you'll see a quick move like you're seeing right now, just dropped about, 20 cents pretty fast. So if I took a short right here, I would want some follow through and not just pop right back up. Okay, because then you're back to you'll see that a lot. But if the market continues to get weak, and especially if it goes negative, yeah, there's a good chance a trade like that would work. Now you got a low of this candle right here, 50 cents. So if it breaks that, but you just got to keep in your mind there's been a lot of buying in the first half of the day on this thing, so see if those buyers will defend it. Yeah, I always like to be early. I don't want to chase a big red candle, Luca. I don't want to wait for it to get down here around another dollar lower, because then I feel like I missed a good move. So I would probably be pretty aggressive and personally, and when it broke through, and especially took out that low of that candle, which was, let me move this price alert so I can see it. 65. So yeah, I would have probably tried to get short around 47.60. And you got your market, going in your favor, still going to lows. All right. One other stock I grabbed today, and it's more another kind of a bottom fit, not really bottom because it's still in the position in year range. It's at the upper portion, but I like this Acadia because you had a break and then a hammer yesterday, and look at the support you have right here at 2610, and that's right where it bounced yesterday. So this is a little bit of a risky trade, but the reward could be huge. You could get a really quick move back up to you know this gap fill pretty fast. A little bit underwater there, but we'll see what happens. Gotta set a stop on the remainder of my dish. I made some money on this one, but the last little bit here is about to get stopped out probably because if it breaks that bar. Let's go ahead and put an alert stop in that one. I bought that on this day right here on earnings when I first bought it. Of course, I've been kind of just jumping in and out of it, so I did make some really nice profits on that day, but giving a little of it back today. All right, hey David, how are you? Did you set an alert on RKT after earnings? We talked. Yeah, you know what? I'm trying. It probably was one of those that went off early in the morning, and those are tough for me early in the morning because I usually have about a dozen positions or 15 that I'm all watching. But let me see. Yeah, you know what? I did remember seeing that, and I think I put an alert for it to come back, and I totally missed it or something. But holding up well, holding up well. Yeah, I missed it. You see that Yeti? It's already digging in. I mean, it's just one of those. I mean, probably 7 times out of 10, you're going to lose on that trade. But if sometimes you can hit it pretty big. Typically, what I like to do is see these things reverse after the first 45 minutes and not hold up so well because that tells you there's constant buyers in this thing, consistent buyers all morning in this thing. And yeah, if they return, they could push it back above that level really easy. Kept resetting the alert for days. You never grab any? You know what, Luca? I'm more of a long side guy. I used to when I was a day trader, I would be when the market was favorable for it, I would be a short seller, but now I'm mostly a swing trader, and if I short, I just don't like holding positions in for some reason, single equities overnight. I just always fear like news or somebody get bought out by somebody for a, you know, 50% uh premium. So if I do short, it's usually I'll buy an ETF, whether I'm shorting the SPY, the Q, or the IWM. I'll do TNA sometimes. Or is it TZA? What is it? TZA? Yeah, TZA. I need to start focusing on some of these shorts, like in Nvidia. I can't even think of them. What's the short for Nvidia? Uh, there's one for Nvidia and Tesla, right? Well, nothing wrong with it, especially if the market like we've seen the last couple of weeks. Boy, fading has really worked, especially on a lot of these technology stocks, the Q stocks. I mean, I tried Roku the other day. I liked the chart, and I tried some right here when it pulled back, and I bought some on that day right there. But boy, I got stopped out real small loser because I stopped out as soon as it broke that low. You got to be disciplined, on these things, especially in this kind of market. Uh, yeah, thank you, Yellow Jacket TSLL. No, that's the bull. What's the there's an inverse for Tesla. Is it TSLW? No, TSL. It'd be TSLS, right? Long and short. Yeah, that's the so Nvidia must be NVDS. Yeah. Thank you, Yellow Jacket. You led me down the right path. This silver is crazy. I entered it back on this day, first day, and stuck with it. And then I added. Look at this bar right here. This is a, and let me tell you something. This is not my actual side. I trade. I do a little bit more in this one. I pretend like I'm a hedge fund or something like that. This is not my actual side. I don't. Another reason I do this because I don't want people to know my actual size. I used to have a uh, uh, Today Trader where people could watch my screen, and they could see what kind of size I'm in. And it was probably a bad idea. I probably should have hid the size and just showed my positions because sizing is all relative. For somebody, 1,000 shares could be a lot. For somebody, 100 shares could be a lot. So I don't try to ever focus on. Uh, so I kind of hide it by doing bigger size here, but I do got a pretty decent size. But I added. Okay, you had that big volume bar right here when it drove down, the biggest bar today, and then you had another little hammer, and then I added when it popped up right here. So I'm basically flat in the trade right now, and uh, if you can see my stop in here, I'm risking very little. TSLQ also, huh? Oh, did pause? Let me see. TSLQ. Okay, they have. Hmm, it's crazy that they have a couple of them for Tesla. Okay, I'm out of dish. Forgot to put a stop in here, but I am. You are done. Still liking Lee. This has been my best winner of the year by far. Uh, I thought they had actually great numbers too. I think it was just it ran up into earnings. So I was only holding a little bit, and then of course, you know, buy the rumor, sell the fact. Great earnings came out, and they had a gap down. But I'm still liking this one. Of course, it's hard to like anything with this market lately, but that one is one I do want to hold on to because I've held a piece of this now for, gosh, going back over here since 510. So you know, well over 3 months. I mean, they're making a profit now. I mean, it's unlike all the rest of them. So if this market does give you, you can see all these alerts I put in. I gotta remove all these alerts. Those were from a long time ago, hoping for pullbacks to buy more. Yeah. So this is one. Put you an alert in there. At the 20 period moving average or something like that because it's a very strong chart, and you can see that 20 has been kind of holding up very well. As a matter of fact, I need to raise that one up a little bit. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Take a look at pause. Somebody mentioned pause. Yeah. Up. Nice move. Then ugly push right there, and there is a nice little reversal bar. Yeah. Well, I wonder if this market's going to go red. See what that Yeti's doing. Nope. Continued down. See how you broke that 10 period moving average. Now you will have you can see my alert that I put in right there. You will have some uh, support around the 46.80, but that's a nice little scalp if it gets there. Now, if it were me, I would probably, if I were a day trader, I would probably take off half. At that area, that I'd be targeting that area to just bang out half of it, and then I could rest easy and maybe use the high of this bar right here as my out. Nice job, Trader 77. And there is a Roku alert that I set after I got stopped out earlier. And now you got big support right here in Roku. And look at this after earnings. Boy, 3 great days. And now it's pulled all the way back to this level of support. But market continues to go to lows. And it did break its 20. So whew, yeah, I don't know. I'm not in the mood of jumping any buses today, especially this with this market. It's I'm not bullish at all. As a matter of fact, this Acadia may be a short leash on this one. I like the way it's bouncing off this 50, but I don't know. All right, Yellow Jacket. Question on the channel bar on swing. TI Strength has a score. Can you speak about that? Yes, I can speak about that because I built the score. Uh, Let me see. Let me pull up my score alert. Shoot. Okay, score greater than 90 top list. All right, so this is my top list score greater than 90. And if you look at these charts, okay, and I will share this with you, uh, you're going to see there some very, very strong charts in there. right? I mean, these are all going to be beautiful. Now, as you get down, lower in the thing, and you're going to see these are still going to be strong, but they're going to be still holding up very well. That most of them are going to be above their moving averages. So what I did when I created the score, I took about trying to remember about 15 technical metrics. Okay. And these metrics are going to be moving averages. They're going to be position in ranges, like position in 10-day range, position in 5-day range. They're going to be some intraday moving averages, like the 10, 20. Most of it's going to be built on a daily time frame because I'm looking for stocks that are holding up, doing very well on a technical aspect on the daily chart. And you're also going to include about 4 fundamental metrics. Okay. And I will share you the fundamental metrics I use. It's going to be quarterly revenue growth is one of them. Cash debt ratio is one of them. Earnings is one of them. And there's one other I'm trying to remember. It's been a long time since I looked. But so those are things that I like to. Maybe it's revenue. I can't remember, but anyway, it's things that I like to look at a lot of times when I'm swing trading. I don't like to buy stocks that have a huge debt cash to debt ratio. It won't prevent me if the technicals are there, but I like stocks that are making money and that have a good cash balance versus their debt. Uh, but anyway, it's very, very strong. As a matter of fact, I like it better than the IBD because Investor Business Dailies, they have something very similar, but ours is dynamic. In other words, it works in real time. Okay. So if a stock falls out of bed, in the middle of the day, it's going to reflect in the score really quick. So I like to tell people, but if you want to keep it simple and buy stocks that are strong, okay, look for stocks, and I'll share this. Build you a and it doesn't have to be 90. I like a lot of them sometimes around 80, 85. But these stocks that are, well, let's just take a look real quick. Score, because I think I have one in here below. Yeah, here's a score below 50. Let's take a look at these charts. And it looks like I got some. You're going to see a different picture. These are going to be under pressure. Okay. These are not going to be holding up well. And especially when you get down to the ones, around it only goes to 30. But when you get down to these ones that are, down at the bottom, they're going to look awful. Okay. And, if somebody wanted to keep it simple, they could short these stocks and uh, buy the ones that are strong. But no, no, Trevor. The score is mostly technical. Okay, like I said, I have about 15 technical filters built into it, and then I got about 4 fundamental. We focus more on technicals here, but I wanted to add now. Michael took and he helped me. He helped me do the coding and stuff on the uh, to build it this a filter for you guys and make it part of our software. So he took it, right, for uh, the swing trade, what do you call them? The strength alerts. He took the same score and he took out the fundamental stuff. He just wanted it technical. And I understand that. And most of mine, like I said, is technical. But you get a few more points if you have, strong quarterly revenue growth. You get a few more points if you have, a good cash to debt ratio. So I just add some stuff that won't affect it too much, but just you know, adds a little flavor for me. Uh, yeah, yeah, I can share them. Let me go ahead and share score. Okay, score greater than 90. Now you can take this. In other words, if we get into a bear market, what you're going to see is there's not going to be a very many stocks in here because uh, obviously when stocks start breaking down, they start breaking key moving averages. They start, getting in the lower part of their range filters. So what you might want to do is, if we get into like a bear market, is you could drop this down and make the filter at anything above 80 versus anything above 90, because it will get really thin in here if we get into a bear market. But here is score greater than 90. And even for somebody in here is score below 50. Even if you're, a day trader and you don't want to trade some of these really low float volatile stocks, a lot of times if you just focus on day trading these stocks that have a high score, because they are in an uptrend, they are doing well, and most of them now have plenty of buyers in there. So there you have it. But great, I'm glad you brought that up because I haven't talked about that in a while. Look at IBKR at the top of the list. Boy, look at that. Interactive Brokers of all people. That First Solar is actually up here too, looking pretty good. See, I got alert in there again. You're welcome, Iris. Hi, Sam. How are you? All right, let's take a peek around. All right, sorry, somebody hit me up. I had to answer that in our Slack. This okay, Sam, you must have came in late. Yeah, real quickly. Okay, I built probably about 3 years ago, maybe longer, a metro a system called Score. Okay, and what it is, it's just a ranking system for stocks based upon mostly technical, but some fundamental metrics. Okay. And what I use in there is about 15 technical metrics. Okay. Most of these are going to be moving averages, where they are relative to their moving averages. Uh, so sorry, one quick more. Give this guy a thumbs up. Uh, they will have about 4 fundamental metrics in them as well. Okay. And I can't reveal too much, but most of it is like quarterly revenue growth, uh, cash to debt ratio, uh, earnings, maybe revenue. I'm trying to remember all of them. I can't remember, but don't get too carried away with the fundamental. They don't hold as much weight as the technical metrics. I'm mostly into technical analysis and not fundamental analysis, but I did want to use a couple of things in there to make it a little bit different than what you might find out there. And so I gave these things a value. The values range from 30 is like the lowest you can go. Okay. And because you don't get negative points. Okay. It's just, you get points for where you are in different ranges and different, you know, uh, moving averages and things like that. So the low score is 30, the high score is 100. And uh, the high score now may be 99, because I did have a like a 1 point value for, I used to have a social mention filter in there, but we no longer had that. But so now I think the high may be 99. I think it is. I'm not seeing any hundreds. So there you have it, and it just ranks these stocks. You know, when you look at these stocks, they're going to look really good on a technical. You can see why this STRL is the highest on the list, the only one with the 99 score. I mean, it's position in lifetime range. It's above. It's on its lifetime high. It's on its yearly high. It's well above a lot of moving averages, position of ranges. So you can see why this one has scored really high. Now, all of these, are going to look, very nice as far as the score goes. And a lot of times, what I'll do is when I'm going through that, is I'll just put, alerts on a pullback. If I'm going through here, it's like ELF. Well, if ELF, has a date with this 10 period rising moving average, I want to know about it. So maybe just stick alert in there, see if it goes off. And so much can be done just by doing a little homework, like this. And the second one I shared, Sam, would be just score below 50. So those are going to be very, very weak looking charts. Okay. Probably the fundamentals are not going to be very good. And uh, so that's the second one I shared. So you just got the strongest versus the weakest. And this my focus was mostly on daily charts, looking for strength on the daily charts. But there is a couple of intraday stuff in there too. AAOI. Yeah, that was on our strength alerts, wasn't it? Yep. Okay, here's the problem, Iris. Okay, the reason why, and you can see this has a score of 74. You're saying, wow, that looks good. Why is it so low? Well, look where it ranks. Okay, position of lifetime range. That doesn't mean it's not nice looking right now and doing well, but you're not, if I put on a monthly chart on this stock, you're going to see it doesn't look very good. Now, it's obviously looked good the last, 3 months. Uh, but that's the reason it doesn't have a very, very high score. Also, just, you know, looking at the fundamentals, you got a pretty weak cash to debt ratio. That's probably hurting it. Quarterly revenue, I'm not sure if something has changed recently. This obviously it's a when did it have earnings? August 3rd. Yeah. So maybe this will change in the future, but you can see why it may not be scoring real high. Now, 74 is not real bad, don't get me wrong, but you can see why it's not ranked up there with some of the best. Extreme. What's the monthly? Get back on the daily here. All right, market trying to put in a little bounce here. Let's see if we can get anything out of this. How is Yeti holding up? Yeah, it didn't even make it down to this range yet. Yeah, what do you when you take a short like that, you really got to tell yourself when you take that short is, hey, it's below. You shorted it at a good spot. Okay, the most important part of the trade is always the entry. Okay, you didn't chase it down here. You got it at a good spot, but you got to tell yourself, you know what, I'm getting out of this if it breaks above because it's easy to get caught up while telling yourself, man, this is up 20%, I'm sticking with this trade, it's going to sell off. Don't be that guy. Just if you take a trade like that and you can see the volumes kind of ticking up here as it moves higher, you just got to tell yourself, you know what, I gave it a shot, didn't work, I'm getting out for a flat or a small loser. AB's looking ugly. All right, guys, got good questions today. I'm glad somebody brought up the score. What was that? Was it Yellow Jacket? Yeah. Now here's one that's holding up well. This EH was on my list today, my swing trade watcher, and there's your AAOI there, Iris. Uh, IQ, love the way this one, ugly candle today, but I love the way it was setting up today. When it had a nice little wedge, had a nice move, but now it's giving it all back like a lot of things do lately. But EH is holding up pretty well, and they don't have earnings. Did it tickle a high? Did, didn't it? 23.20. Yeah, it went through by 4 cents. You know what? Yeah, I typically lately I've been using more of my setup. Like I showed you guys. I think I showed last week. Somebody asked what I do my homework with. I've been looking for more setups lately. It's not a market I want to like chase some of these high stocks. So what I'll do a lot of times if I'm looking at the scores, I'll put alerts. Price alerts. Now, if it has a potential to be explosive, like this, this EH. Uh, I may put alert, at high because I know this thing, if it gets going, can really move and really move fast and big, like 20% in a day sometime. But a lot of times, if I'm looking for a swing trade, I will just go through and maybe set alerts. So let's take a look at like X Pro, see what it looks like. So you can see like the 20's been holding it. Maybe I'll just throw alert down here. Maybe get one of those morning drive downs, and hit you. So that's what I kind of do with these things because they're gonna be in a nice trend. Like this ON was been on my list a couple of times, and you can see every time it comes down to the 20, it bounces. Well, why not be that guy that buys it at the 20 instead of buying it up here at the breakout? Think more people if they use price alerts. And I actually did a webinar one time about this. If you force yourself to use price alerts before you make a trade, that'll prevent you from making emotional trades in the morning. Okay. Like this morning, well, there was a lot of stocks just ripping up, and trust me, I know there's a lot of traders out there. It was all emotional and just, chasing stocks. But if you force yourself that I'm not taking a trade unless I use a price alert, it'll slow things down for you and it'll keep you from trading emotional. And This is the market where you can, you can catch some things, on a nice pullback a lot of times. And you don't need to go in full size. You can go in with half size, a third of a size, whatever it is. Trying to think of one that I did recently. I can't think right now, but I'm gonna. But anyway, yeah. I honestly, David, though I haven't pulled it up now. I will look. I keep score in my. You can see it up here in my single stock window, so I can always. I haven't been looking at this as much lately, but I'm constantly looking at the score in my single stock window, and that's a good place to put it. Luca, I've been better at taking profits and getting out quick when in question and not caring if they leave too much on the table. My P&L has been much better because yes, Luca. And you know what? A lot of that has to do with the market, okay? Because you got to tell yourself, like when I'm in a market like we are now, I'm constantly taking profits quick, at least half off really quick, because I know, the sellers, at least over the last couple of weeks, have been running rampant. And yeah, it all depends on the market. And let's say, you bought a trade right here on this breakout gap, and go, something like this, I may be saying, wow, I got a nice level here, you know, uh, breaking out of a range breakout and move, maybe I'll have more staying power in something like this. But when I start seeing action like this, yes, I'm with you. My longs, I'm taking really, really quick profits. Now, what I'll do is I'll buy more than I normally should because I know I'm going to be taking some profits really quick if the setup is there. Hey, perfect circle. Jim Cramer having a better year. Uh, oh, I'm sorry, Peter. I look like I missed yours earlier. Stephanie instructed me how to delete an awful lot of things I have saved to cloud. I can't get that to work. Uh, yeah, maybe take that up with Stephanie. I'm not sure what she. It's really easy to delete things from the cloud, though, Peter. All you got to do is go click on My Cloud, highlight whatever you want to delete. Let me say, let's say I have a lot of ones in here of sweetness. I think I have a lot. Let's say just highlight it and click delete. And it's gone. Highlight it, click delete, and it's gone. So it's pretty simple. I hope you're still in here, Peter, and saw that. I'm sorry, a lot of questions today. I missed yours earlier. All right, this has been a see, Andy, do the stocks in the 90 scan change during trade? Yes, yes, they are dynamic. Okay, so if a stock, uh, I'll give you a great example. Uh, well, this is not intraday, but uh, it happened overnight where it was Meta. This was actually back when it was Facebook. and it had a score of like 99. But earnings came out and it just got whacked the next morning. The next morning, the score was like 67. So it is dynamic. It happens, instantly when the values change. In other words, if you get a drive down, for whatever reason, maybe news came out during the day, it will dynamically reflect in the score. Peter, if you let me know you're in here, I just want to make sure you were able to see that. Uh, oh, there he is. I can't highlight anything. Maybe share screen with Chris next week. So if you go to my cloud right here and you click on something, it doesn't turn blue for you. Or if you want to do a lot, you can hold down the shift key and do a bunch at a time. But that could be dangerous. I like to just highlight one at a time. But I think if you do, well, when do you hold down the shift key? I'm not doing Steve. I'm not able to do that. Uh, wait, never mind. I got control. Hold on. Let's try. I don't know why I just grabbing like three. Yeah, I'm going to. Oh, Steve. I'm just going to say to do one at a time. Just go click delete. So when you highlight it, it doesn't turn blue for you. If that's the case, you probably want to download, re-download the software. But anyway, maybe you took off. But yeah, if you just highlight and hit delete, it's really easy. I'm just deleting right now a bunch of these. I got a lot of these. You got to be kidding me. For volume burst, my favorite one is extreme volume, extreme volume, high low pro, and then there's also Master Blaster is a good one. I don't know. I'll share that real quick. That's a really good one. It's a multi-strategy with 5 different strategies, and it breaks it down between low float, price of stock, like $1 to $10, 10 and 20. So it's a nice one, and I will drop that in there. It's a really probably one of the most popular ones for explosive moves because it has to be doing like uh, 500% normal 5-minute volume and 1000% 1-minute volume. And I'll pull it up also so we can take a look at it. There you have it. It's color coded nicely, and you can see extreme volume above $10, extreme volume low float, 52-week high, all time high. This BSAQ having a nice move today. Don't know if anybody caught that. The advantage of Marty of a multi-strategy is you can get more strategies into one window. It basically just saves screen space. Instead of me having 5 different, alert windows in here, I can put them all under one multi-strategy window. So it just basically saves real estate, and you can focus on one window instead of having your eyes trying to float all over the place. I don't. If I was still day trading, I would probably use this more, but now I've kind of switched my focus and most all swing trading for me. So now you, Peter, so now you can, how are you trying to delete? Okay. Are you just, uh, are you trying to use your delete key, or you can't hit this button and delete it? Use the button down at the bottom. So you highlight and then just the button down at the bottom, delete, and it should go away. I'm not sure if the delete key works. Let me see. Nope. My delete key doesn't work either. I got to hit the button. See if that button doesn't work for you there, Peter. Be interesting to see when Barry comes back in here if he was able to jump on this BSAQ. I'm waiting for the whisper.
Wait no longer, grasshopper. Here I am.
Oh, what a nice move that was, and still is.
Here I am. Here I am.
Did you catch any of that?
So, are you talking about the delete?
I'm talking about the BSAQ. If you see my
Oh,
screen.
the BSAQ.
Yeah,
I didn't catch any of that. No. Did you say when you hit the delete button, it's not deleting for you?
No, that's I guess Peter is saying that.
Because I mean, it's pretty. He says you can highlight it, and
He says,
yeah,
but
I mean,
I'm afraid he's trying to use his a keyboard instead of just using the.
the button,
Yeah.
the button on
Yeah,
the
the
chart.
button.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to. I'm trying to emphasize that too. The button
Yeah.
on the chart, not delete on your keyboard.
Yeah, you got to be kidding me. I got lots of these, so I can delete them. Yeah, just highlight one more time,
Okay.
and there's your button. Just delete it, and it's gone.
Okay, so Peter says now he can delete, but it's not bringing up all the stuff that needs to go. Well, I mean,
You have to do it. You have to
yeah.
scroll. Use a scroll bar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you know, if hopefully you can remember the name of it. If you know the name of your that you're trying uh to delete, just start typing. Okay, it's a search function. Okay, and it'll pull it up for you. And if you don't, you're just going to have to use the scroll bar and go through. That's all. That's all you can do.
Yeah, so Peter, if you, I've just taken over the screen. So Peter, I
Okay.
mean, if I wanted to delete a lot of these first of all, they're all segmented. You can go to your alert windows, your top list windows, your multi-strategy windows. When you say you can delete, but not bringing up all the stuff that needs to go, well, you have to, as Andy said, you've got to remember. You can do a search if you gave it a name that you can remember. Okay, you just type it into the search, and then it'll bring up the scan. If you gave it, that's why I'm always talking about give your scans something that makes sense to you, so you can, because you can always search on it. But there's no easy other than that. I mean, I don't know how many alert windows you have, how many top list windows you have. You'd have to keep scrolling down then to see which ones you want to delete. Okay,
Right.
there's no easy way. So if I want to delete Jorge, I just click on it. But you say you're able to do that now, so you can highlight and click delete. So
Yeah.
Jorge is gone.
Good.
So, but there's no easy way. If you cannot remember what you want to delete, be it a name, then you're going to have to just scroll through everything and find the ones you want to delete. Andy, you can go now. Sorry.
Okay, Barry.
It's 1:02. I
Yes,
forgot you were still there. Sorry.
no problem, no problem.
Thanks so
I
much,
wanted
Andy.
to tell you to have I wanted to tell you to have a great weekend and everybody else to do the same.
Okay. You too, Andy. You
All right,
too.
thank you. All right, bye bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. And guess what I did? I reshorted Sono, okay, just underneath 15. So this is so super weak. So Peter, you see what we're trying to say? Does that all make sense? You can either search if you gave it a name that you can remember, you can search on it. And if you didn't give it a name that you can remember, there's no easy way. You're just going to have to, scroll through all of your alert windows, find the one you want to delete. And you're going to have to go to your top lists, find the ones you want to delete. But, so there's no easy way if you cannot remember what you named them. Okay, guys, let's see. Boy, this TPR, that was the one also. Holy smokes, that was really the one. This is the classic reaction to a company buying another. That's the classic reaction. And so existing shareholders are saying, are you crazy for buying Capri? Depending on what they pay for it, I think it was in the billions. There's Capri. You can see it flatlining right across here. So Moody's puts Tapestry rating on review for a possible downgrade after the $8.5 billion deal with Capri. I mean, I think they have more than just Michael Kors' stuff, or maybe they don't. I don't know. So yeah, you guys are talking about the BSAQ. That is a SPAC, of course, right? That's a SPAC. Yeah. So no, Andy asked me if I got into it. No, I didn't. All right, Sono, keep going down. It's been a while since I've actually traded the same stock twice, same day. Okay, Peter, I'm not sure if you're still there, but if you are still there, hopefully that made a bunch of sense to you. How do you know it's a SPAC? Well, really simple here. All you have to do is check on the profile. I mean, I knew it was a SPAC because I've seen it before, but if I didn't know it was a SPAC, okay, let's say I didn't know, thought this was just what we'll call a normal stock, BSAQ, okay, and I look at it and I go, what the heck is this one? So I just click on the profile and I can see this is a blank check company, right? So now we know it's a SPAC. Give me a moment. All right, another one that is moving down. So the market had a little bit of a pop at that one point. That that red bar was green at one point, but now turned red. So SATS has been another one that has just been hammered down. Actually, they showed up late into my option scanner at 22.90. So let's figure out why. That probably was because maybe the relative volume wasn't high enough at that point. That up here. Did the AI? No, no, AI did not have AAOI, nor did it have MRTX today. Now, if you're wondering why, hi, real. If you're wondering why, it's because it would be just like saying, did something show up on momentum up scan? Okay. And I would check to see, if you gave me the name of a stock and you say, well, why didn't it show up as an example in the momentum up scan? I would put the stock in here. Then I would start looking at this information, the relative volume, and more than likely a filter it did not meet one of the filter requirements. Okay. So that's the reason. So again, tomorrow with this momentum up scan, imagine this was an AI alert or strategy. Okay. So these are all the values that have to be met. Stock between 1 and 50, current volume 6, 300,000 shares, 1,000% pop in volume, etc. We don't know what stocks are going to are we don't know what stock, and then making a new high for the day. We don't know what stocks are this is going to happen to tomorrow. We have no idea. Okay. So the same thing, the AI, imagine the AI has a bunch of strategies that make the cut. And so AAOI and MRTX or whatever strategies made the cut did not meet the filter requirements. Make sense? And the AI has not had a good day today. I mean, the upstart was okay. It got stopped out for no gain and then came back. But other than that, the cert actually is not bad, CERT, but it's been a choppy day. With the market doing this, you get an AI alert, okay, while the market's doing this. AI doesn't know that this is going to happen right afterwards. So let's take a look at the cert. Is this an earnings play? CERT. You can see the down arrow. That was a presented an opportunity to short, so it popped up. This is an earnings play. So, like a lot of these earnings plays, now this went positive barely, okay, because this is where it closed yesterday around 17.92, and it got up to 18.11. So this was positive barely. Okay, so and then it's trying to take advantage of a stock that basically is fading. That's what the AI in that particular one was doing. That's why. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys. So I am really boy, not doing too much. Look at that L Pro. Now, listen, the L Pro may, at the end of the day, maybe it'll have a bit of a run. I mean, it's just been hanging right at the 200-day moving average. There is an upgrade to 12 from 10 by Raymond James. But this is just hanging right at the 200-day moving, just a little bit over the VWAP, and right at the 200-day Pro. Okay, guys, took myself out of the Sono reshort, small loss. Just watching it. It was in at 1490, just got over 1490, so I'm out of it. I got a little greedy on it because I had a little profit on it, but I was hoping it would move a lot further down with the market. Just didn't do it. But this KVUE is certainly not reacting well. Hard for me to believe this is going to be on the S&P 500. S&P 500. This is not one of those. The S&P has have a lot of different little categories, if you will. But this is the big one, S&P 500. KVUE added to it. Spin-off from Johnson and Johnson, J&J. This was probably announced after hours yesterday. Probably that's why the spike up. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Let's see anything interesting happening. So what happened? This CTG. Wow, look at this. So the CTG, something happened here. This is not yeah, it is actually an earnings play. I was an earnings play yesterday. Sorry, it was an earnings play yesterday. So there was a reaction to CTG, and then all of a sudden, and I don't know. We get some shareholders, some lawyers doing a shareholder investigation. So this was at 1020, and it got to, so this looks worse than it is. That's basically a 20-cent drop. It just looked a lot worse when I first saw it. Now it's right back up. All right, guys, it is 1:17, so I'm going to do a video. I'd be watching this one tomorrow. If the market I mean, the market, we're still sort of positive. The Dow's up, NASA's up, SPY's up. It looks like we shouldn't be, but we are still actually in positive territory for the time being. I'd be watching this one tomorrow. With that news that is being added to the S&P 500, I'd be watching this one tomorrow, maybe for some kind of a bounce. This may show up on my, well, it may not, in this up or down big today, up big, down big yesterday, up big today. Remember now we're looking at tomorrow, but this is it's basically flat right now. It's basically flat. It would have to go down at least another dollar or so, and it would have to be down 5%. Probably not going to happen, but WeWork. Are you? That's not WeWork, draw. That's not WeWork. You're not all over WeWork, are you? You are over WeWork. Well, good for you, draw. I thought this was about a 14-cent stock. Yesterday it was. Now they're, but heck of a move, 100%. 341 million in the float. Traded the float now, 246 million. But the news I saw yesterday, I mean, okay, so this is perhaps one of these that doesn't really matter that they're probably going out of business, maybe going out of business. Doesn't matter. At 18% short float has attracted some group somewhere and is just starting to buy this thing just as a trade. This is not fundamentals. All right, guys, I'm going to do a video now, and let's see, time is it? 13:20, so say about 1:30. Be back about 1:30. Okay, muting myself now. Sorry, guys, I'm back. No, 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 no. The CPI was at 8:30 Eastern time this morning, as far as I know. Anyway, it was a nothing really happened. CPI is almost always at 8:30 in the morning of the day they're going to do it. Yeah, I don't know if there's an absolute when it gets done, like the second Wednesday or the second Thursday of every month. I don't know if there's an absolute like that. Somebody will know, but it's always announced. You can probably find it on some website when the next CPI is. Well, actually, that's not exactly true, Mac. It did nothing. Here's 8 o'clock right here. Forget these bottoming tails. The market actually did nothing. And actually, when the market opened, it looked good. For the first until the first two candles, 9:30 and the 9:45 candle looked great. So, but at 8:30, there was really no reaction. All right, guys, let's see. I'm looking at the Sono again. Okay, there's sort of a green bar ignored forming on the 15 minute. Maybe take it one more time. Come on, change. And not quite a green bar ignored. That green bar in the 15-minute chart, in theory, should be totally engulfed by the previous 15. But if we get down to 1477, this could have another run down. Could. And of course, where could it go to? I think the next low in the weekly. Yeah, it's a little bit of room, 1450 or so. Little bit of room. But if the market continues down like this, you can almost, I mean, not quite, but you can see that green bar corresponds to that green bar. That kind of probably got me out of my trade a little bit. So this is an earnings play. So it's, basically trading on its own to a certain extent. But meanwhile, this little short I took in the simulator, EQNR, wanted to, I just wanted to demonstrate to a few people that, this is the mechanics of taking a short. So if I want to cover this right now, if I want to get out of this trade, call it cover, whatever you want to call it, you're basically buying the shares. You just flatten it in your, but for instance, in Interactive Brokers, it doesn't say flatten. You just hit the buy button. So if you're short, it'll show up as a negative in your position column. And then in Interactive Brokers, and probably most brokers, you probably just have to hit the buy button or something like that. And then that'll buy the stock. And the difference between where you shorted it and where you bought it, hopefully underneath, that's your profit. I haven't looked at Carvana all day. Take a look at Carvana. They're finally really giving it up. Yeah, I mean, $50, $52, what, 4 days ago, 39 now, 40, call it 40 now. Big level right there. The low right there is 39.70. So it's below that. The next level underneath, 36.32. So we've got some room underneath for Carvana if it wants to keep moving down. It looks like there's pretty decent support around that 36.40, but that's $3 away for Carvana CVNA. Mac, what time zone are you in? Are you in Europe or something? Yeah, so that's probably the reason. That's your time. It's 8:30 Pacific time or Eastern time. So I was like, so that's 6 hours ahead. So it's correct. Your time, 2:30 your time, wherever you are, you're in the European Union. So you're probably 6 hours ahead of Eastern time, right? So that's the reason. So it's 2:30 your time, 8:30 Eastern time. I've never found that Phoenix. I don't know what to say. Let's do a Sono short. Take 400 shares. I'll sell it. Send it. Sono. I will flatten it. Let's take a look. I mean, I do it often, but so just, I mean, what did that take? 2 seconds? I mean, I don't do it often either. I just, and that one, it took about what, 2 seconds. Xeni. Let's take a look. XENE. What is this one doing? Interesting. It's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Release earnings after hours. No reaction. Zero reaction. No reaction in the pre-market. Market opens. Canadian stock. That's probably why. Probably trades in the Canadian exchange. Not saying you can't have any action after hours, but the Canadian exchange is not open. It's only open 9:30 to 4. There's no pre-market, no post-market. So if this does trade on a Canadian exchange, then that's probably the reason why there's hardly any action, post-market and pre-market. Xenon Pharmaceuticals, where are they located? Burnaby. Close to me. Probably trades on Toronto with that price. I would think so anyway. Yes. Now, is that with your real account, Pepe, also, or just in the simulator? Because you trade live, don't you? So is that just in the simulator when you press flatten twice, it'll reverse? Because I can see that happen. Because I can see exactly why you would do that because you press the flatten and you say, well, wait a minute, it hasn't taken it out. Maybe it didn't. Okay, so yeah, I'd hate to think it would happen in a real account. That's the question. I don't know how many of well, I don't know how many of our traders actually use B plus, but I'll ask. So Denver, with a real account, it does it. Oh, that's terrible. I just had to flat out say it. That's terrible. I understand, but if you notice it, Denver, yeah, I understand. Yeah, if you notice it for sure, but sometimes things are happening pretty quickly and you don't see that. I know it happened in the simulator, but I did not think it happened in the when you're attached to a live account. Yeah, you'd be reversing your position many times. Hey guys, what time is it now? 1:40. I don't think I'll go to the marketing meeting today. So if you have any questions, good time. Well, look at the Yeti. The Yeti is interesting to me now. Took out the whole number, 47. Took out the whole number. It is now certainly below the VWAP, 47.46. Yeah, market gave it all back up. Spies, yeah, Spies basically flat. Dow was up at just a little bit. Nas is up just a little bit. Can it work in the Indian market? No, we only scan the US market and with some limitations, the Canadian market. That is somebody from our YouTube room asking the question, do we scan the Indian market? No, we don't. You can use trade ideas anywhere in the world. Okay. But yeah, we only scan the US market. And I say with some limitations, the Canadian market. Okay. All right, guys. Toast is getting toasted again. This was up, I believe, in the pre-market. It's an earnings play, but like a lot. Ugh, is that ugly? I'm sorry, guys. Sorry to have to show you this 15-minute chart. Super ugly. Only thing is, I mean, it's showing up on the up big yesterday, now down today. This was an earnings play yesterday, but this is a very, very whippy, ugly looking 15-minute chart. Yeti. Okay, guys, what did I get it at? Let's see. It's like 84, 40. I put it in a bit. Yeah, 46.84 on the Yeti short. Sorry. I said I like the fact that it's just underneath that whole number. As long as the market keeps doing this, this will help. I think this will help this sort of a trade. Still a strong stock, guys. It's up 18%. So I'm not taking anything for granted that it's going to just follow the market. But see, look at the spread widen 73.79 now. So when I look at where it could go to, I mean, there was a low right there, 47.89. There's a low right there, 47. Sorry, 46.74. So takes that out. Then we look left on the 15, 47.39. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's going to struggle maybe to get through this little area right now. Come on, market, drag Yeti down. Okay, new 15-minute candle now. I don't want to see a giant green one right here. I want to see some red. Okay. Okay, guys. Again, I'm just really watching this Yeti. It's just a little bit under where I shorted it. Basically, where I shorted it, 40, 46.84. So I see this ramp showed up. It wasn't too bad in a day, which everything seems to be falling now. So ramp at 10, well, that's a long time ago. It took a while, but ramp again down big yesterday, up big today. Look at this. This is an earnings play today. So those who were betting that this stock was going to crater on earnings and maybe they held, they got hit. Okay. And the problem again, the opening candle for ramp was way up here at 30.82. And so it dropped. So we you miss all of this move because it has to take the high of the day out. Now listen, if you want to if you want to take this any filter I've got, this one or any scan that I've got, and instead of a new high for the day, you could also have another alert as a new 5-minute high, as an example. So you could, I rarely, in fact, I don't do it, but there's a part of me that says, why not? So your alert could be two of them. You could have a new high of the day alert excuse me, a new high of the day alert, and also a new 5-minute high alert. So you would catch these a little bit earlier, but there's no guarantee it's going to continue moving, of course. But that's one reason why I don't do it because I just think I might get too many alerts. Okay, Yeti. Why do I need to re-click the trend line image in the top of the chart every time to draw several? Um, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's just the way it is. I'm not sure. I don't use trend lines, but that's the trend line, right? So you're wondering why doesn't that little trend line just appear somewhere? So you don't have to click on the pencil? Is that what you mean? I guess that's what you mean. Like why isn't the icon for the trend line present all the time once you maybe do it once or have the ability to add it? Is that what you yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't use Trendline, so that's why I wasn't really even aware of it. I don't think there's a way to isolate it. I know a lot of remember now, this is not a full-blown charting package, okay? I mean, we've come a long way, believe me. But I know what you mean though. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's no way, right, Pepe, that when you click on this pencil that somehow you can tell it to stay, like all the options just to stay, because every time I click it disappears. I don't think there's a I don't think there's a way. Yeah, okay, thanks. It would be nice, I guess, especially if you're using something a lot. I guess it would be nice. Sure. These are just things I don't think about because I don't use them, but you're right. I mean, I can see why it would be nice. Whoa, Fly W guys, Fly W hitting um, the option scanner, 3169. And this is another one of those that was up big yesterday and now falling today. We're getting a lot like that, aren't we? I don't know if this one was shortable for me, the SDA. I don't think so. Yeah, he's shortable. Not many, only 5,000 right now. This showed up. What was the price? 1680. Whoa, that was a great one from this one. So this is one up big yesterday. Big. I mean, it was up at least 5%. And then down today. Now it's down 16%. Well, Thomas, if you are interested in getting trade ideas, I can certainly help with that. Give me a moment. So there is a link I just put in underneath where you asked about interested in getting trade ideas. So if you click on that link, okay, I have to do it. So if you click on the link, you'll be right at the top here. So there's a promo code for 15% off the first month only. Okay. This is how much trade ideas cost. Now, this is what I would do. Look at the monthly. You could probably start off with a standard monthly, get that 15% off. All right. If you decide to maintain the subscription, this is what you pay going forward. The premium is about the AI. I don't know if you're interested in that. It's not what a lot of people think. You just can't put it in automation and just have it trade for you. Okay. So what I would do is maybe take a look at the standard subscription, 118. Everything you see, everything I talk about is available in the standard subscription. Now, as long as you're using the downloadable application, okay? So this big blue window that you see here is what we call Brokerage Plus. And I don't know what your trading experience is if you're just new to trading, but I always just really hammer home the point that you've got to practice trading before you actually commit money to the market. So this is only available is if you are using our downloadable application. In other words, if you're using the web-based version, if you've got a Mac, I mean, there's a way in which you can use the downloadable application with a Mac, but ideally you've got a PC, okay, and you use the downloadable application if you do in fact want to use this. Now, you may not be, you might be a seasoned trader, so you don't care about practicing, and that's fine. But if you do care about practicing using our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, so you don't even need a broker. Okay. The other thing, we have a user guide. Okay, user guide is I think is very good. So again, you could try us out. Yeah. So the first thing that'll happen is that when you download it, if you do decide to take out a subscription, oops, jeez, just a minute. There's a getting started tab, okay? Getting started, you can see it right here. And it'll run through your download and install, your first startup and login, all about what our toolbar can do. And then down here, introduction to scans, our top lists, and our alert windows. It'll take you about 30 minutes if you go through every one of them. Okay, they're all short videos. So that's the first thing I would do if you take out a subscription. Now you can always come into the room. I'm here, between 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock, Monday to Friday. I can answer questions all the time. I'm trading also, but I have no problem answering questions. So that's up to you. I mean, there's a promo you can use, and if you like it, it's just a month to month, so there's no commitment. And if you really like it and you want to take on an annual, I can give you a better promotion. But that's what I would do. I would never take out a an annual subscription without knowing you want the product. Okay. Well, Thomas, I'm just going to shamelessly say I would really appreciate you using my link. This helps the room. Okay, it helps the rooms to keep them free because we use this obviously for marketing. And the more subscriptions that are taken out using my link, then the company says, okay, the room's working. Okay, so I'm just going to shamelessly say that if you do take out a subscription, please use my link. Okay. Meanwhile, guys, Yeti, as I've been talking, it's giving us a nice little trade here. No, two cup tables it is not. It is not automated, so you can just put in the money, okay, and it'll invest for you. No. Program is called Trade Ideas. It generates ideas. The ideas that are generated, I mean, I've created scans, my own personal scans that I share. And these are the ideas that I like to see based on my personal plan. The price range I like to trade, the minimum volume that I want to see, etc. But the program is called Ideas, Trade Ideas. So just because I get an idea doesn't mean I just trade it. Then I have to look at the chart. I look at the market. What is the market doing? Perhaps not that I'm aware. None that is legit. Top tables. Okay, none that is legit. Trading is difficult. Okay, I love to be able to say yes, no problem. You just take everything you see here and you just trade it. Well, we have something that is called the AI. Okay, and what it does is it generates without your having to do anything. It generates the alerts for you. Excuse me, but it would still require an ability to trade them. Not just follow it blindly. I'd love to be able to say, yeah, just take every trade at the beginning of the day, close it out at the end of the day, and you'll make lots of money. I can't say that. I did my video today. I did it on one of the alerts from it. I did it on CERT, CERT. So I was intrigued by it because it was a short. And why I was intrigued by it is because it was basically CERT at the beginning of the day was following the market, see what the market was doing. And then when the market turned around, the AI sort of recognized as best it could that the market's turned around. And so why not fade this? Didn't get it right at the top here. Some filters had to be in place, obviously, but it took the short or suggested short at 1683. So it got down to 16. That's a great, on a percentage basis, that's not bad. as an example. Well, I certainly cannot compete with whatever Elon is saying. The Yeti is turning into a really nice one, guys. So let's take a look and the analysis of it, of the short of Yeti. So at this point, and I didn't, obviously I don't know what it's going to do, but I'm in this trade at 46.84 on the short. My out was going to be right near 47. Okay, that whole number. So that's what 16 cents. So this has now moved from my position of 46.84. Obviously, it's moved at least 32 cents. I mean, I can do the quick math. It's moved more than that. Why do I say 32? Because now it's in that one for two risk reward territory. Okay. And what I was really looking at as a potential down here at 44.70, I'm thinking, okay, if it got through this area right there, that 46.70, then the next lows, I'm not saying it's getting there, believe me, but I felt we had a reasonable expectation of at least for me personally getting a one for two. A one for two would be 46.52. Okay. We're seeing 16 cents and now 32 cents underneath my 84 would have been 46.52. So it's obviously under that. And the other reason I took it really is because of what the market was doing. I mean, this is still a strong play. It's still an earnings play, still up 17%. But I was because typically I probably wouldn't have taken that there because I might have thought that the 46.80 might have blocked it or the 46.70 might have blocked it. But I was kind of banking on the fact that the market was doing this and it was, tended maybe to move this down. Well, that makes sense. Okay, guys. So I've just covered some now, guys. I've just covered some right at that one for two. Okay. The one thing I don't want to see it do is to come right back up to where I shorted it. And I'm already in a one for two, risking 16 cents, made 32, and hoping for more, of course. Of course, I'm hoping for more, but I'd rather take some off the table, get some profit. So now I can withstand maybe a pop up through 50 up to 60. I can withstand that. And then maybe that stalls and comes right back down again. Biggest short of the day, guys. Honestly, TPR. Wow. Look at this. Beautiful. I'm not in it, never was. Just beautiful though. And the reason I say maybe the best, because look what happened. There's the 9:30 candle. We had a little pop up here. Since then, only a little slowdown there, a little bit of slowdown there, a little bit of one there, but no giant green candles taking you out of the trade, out of the short. So just basically working its way down, working its way down. Best trades. Not saying you wouldn't have taken maybe some off here, because you don't know, maybe it would have turned into a giant. I don't okay, really, you've got one. Yeah, I'm not saying there aren't any other ones, okay, but but I knew about TPR. I did not see TCOM. Of course, there are other ones. I mean, I'm just saying the best one that I saw and the scans that produced for me. Yeah, I mean, Tecom exactly the same. Beautiful. Not showing up for me, probably because right now the relative volume is 3, and all during this, it probably wasn't 3, or wasn't down enough. I don't know. I mean, there'd be a filter that would have blocked this. Plus, most of my scans are less are a $40 max, most of them. But yeah, awesome. I mean, that's an awesome China stock. Probably it's probably the 40 that blocked it. You're probably right. I definitely in the option scanner, it would have appeared. Though I think I've got no, it's 40. I don't have 50. So now if you say, well, why don't you just raise that so I would cash out? You're right. But understand that when you start trading, my plan typically is not to trade anything over $40. That's just the way I like it. And that's not certainly not saying that that's what anybody else should do. Now, do I deviate? Sure. I mean, the Yeti is a good example. It's over 40, but I knew about that in the pre-market. My pre-market scanning doesn't have a limit. I mean, it goes to 1,000. Okay, so my pre-market scanning has no limit. So I will be aware of stocks, that are over $40 certainly, and then I can thumbnail them and kind of track to see what's happening with them. And that's exactly what I did with the Yeti. You can see right there. There's my thumbnail for Yeti. Okay, so this was the interesting part right there. It kept sort of sitting right on the VWAP area. And then when it finally broke down through 47, so what I was doing with this is I put a price alert in. I didn't have to actually watch it. GM on my list? Probably not. I haven't seen it anywhere. That's another beauty. See, the relative volume's only 2. You probably just don't have the same sort of relative volume that I do, real. I mean, obviously, it's awesome. It's awesome. But no, I have most of my scans. I think this one, the minimum is 3. This one is 8. But yeah, I mean, if I reduce this to 2 and I reduce this to 2, sure, I would have seen GM. The problem is I would have seen a lot of other ones that not necessarily did what GM did. You know, if you look at this 10-day daily breakout and down, look how many stocks it produced today. Hardly any, which is what I want. I just but that's awesome. I mean, yeah, I mean it's a tremendous move down. Now, had I seen this news, the automakers trading lower amid union talks, it's possible I would have put GM just up on a thumbnail. I bet you Ford must be doing the same thing. Yeah, so I mean, if I'd seen that news, I may not have cared about having it in a scan. I would have probably thumbnailed Ford and or GM, but I didn't see that news. So, Thomas, if you're still there in our YouTube room, the other thing is, let's see, the getting started is there. Okay, so we also have, if you're kind of new to trading, you might want to take a look at this Trading 101 also. This is all free. Okay, you might want to take a look at this Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. There are a lot of videos. You don't have to look at them all. I mean, it starts off incredibly basic. Literally, first video is what is a stock? But you might be able to go through some of these videos and, because it's all segmented, you might say, maybe I'll take a look at that. Okay. And for anybody else, anybody new to trading, well, typically, yeah, well, typically that is the reaction, not all the time, but the typical reaction, to the acquiring company, because this is an $8 billion takeover. Now, I don't know how well Tapestry has done in the past. It's not like, to me, it's a going concern, but so I mean that's always, and so if you're an existing shareholder, I don't know how they're financing it. It could be they might be issuing shares, but regardless of it, 8.5 billion is a big trade, is a big number. And Moody's even has put them on review, possible downgrade after the $8.5 billion Capri deal. I would say that well over 50% of the time, this is what happens. Not necessarily as dramatic as this, but usually the acquiring company is up, is down, and of course the acquired company, like Capri, is sitting pretty. So you're a Capri shareholder yesterday, and you wake up to this. I mean, from 34 to 53. I mean, you are ecstatic in this market. That's right. This the other day. Sometimes you'll see, in the pre-market, we see these. Okay, the first thing in the pre-market that I would have seen is Capri, and I would thought, wow, what's happening? So I click on the alert, and then I check the news, and I see, this is a buyout. Okay, so you don't trade this. I mean, it's just going to sit there most of the day. But then you look at the acquiring company, and every now and then you will see that the acquiring company is actually moving higher also. And it could be, a lot of factors. The existing shareholders are thinking, yeah, what a great company to take over. Okay. Have a good walk. Oh, well, hope everything works out well, Luca, for your dog. Definitely hope everything works out well. Hope it's just maybe some shots or something, hopefully. So meanwhile, guys, back at the Yeti trade, see how now it's turning into a multiple. Yeah. So right now, this is about a 4.5 to 1 risk reward. Okay. Right now. Well, remember, I took some off at 50. Okay. I took some off at the 1 for 2. And as I was saying, that allows me to stay into the trade a lot longer because I've already got some profit. So even if it went right back up to where I shorted it, at least I've got some money. I've made some money. Now it is interesting with this market doing this. Now this has got my attention. This big green bar and a second one forming. Is it going to have any effect on Yeti? Look at the volume too. I mean, it's just fading off. So there's not like a bunch of a big enthusiasm coming into to do this. You can usually, you can usually sit on these things for a while when the volume is just decreasing because there's not a lot of enthusiastic buying. So somebody asked me yesterday in the YouTube room, okay, guys, I'm just going to cover some more. I don't have very much left. This little market pop here. So in fact, I'm out of everything now. Okay, this little market pop could pop this. Somebody asked me yesterday in the YouTube room, I don't remember if he phrased it, what is the best thing I like about trading? I'm not sure if that was the exact question. I think that was Mellow. I don't know if you're in the YouTube room. I think you asked the question. And one of the things that every day is different. Every single day is different. We just don't know what's going to happen. It's the greatest reality show on earth, really, because we just don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what stocks we're going to see necessarily. We don't absolutely know what the market's going to do. Maybe you control your own schedule. I don't. I can't. I have to be with you guys 6.5 hours a day. True enough. True enough. Technically, I do have another job. True enough. Of course, I love it. I wouldn't do it unless I loved it. Some days can really drag. Earning season, though, is usually never a drag. But that's why, the more questions I get, the better, especially when it's slow, because that keeps me interested. Marvin Lewis, Toping Horse. Okay. There's a good pseudonym. There are worse places to be. I could be where you live, Pepe, and melt. The kid Pepe. But for those that don't know, I live in Vancouver, Canada, so I'm not subjected typically to the oppressive heat that a lot of you guys have been subjected to, especially in the South. William. Again, the class clown. I call William the class clown. Teacher would have moved him right beside his desk or her desk just to keep an eye on him. All right, guys. Well, Yeti's still down. I'm not in it anymore, but Yeti is still making another low here. I was definitely influenced by that giant green candle there, but that's okay. I am very happy with the trade. And when you look at Yeti, I mean this took a long time. It took a long time to break 47. I mean that didn't happen until 1:30. Now some of you may have taken it at the top here, and that's fine. But I was waiting for a VWAP break, 47.39. Okay, but this is several hours, maybe 3 hours. So speaking of Yeti, I don't have a Yeti, but I've got a Corksicle, and it has been awesome. I don't know who makes it. Should look it up. Corksicle. There you go, Christine. I actually was able to get the Black Panther series. I didn't, not on purpose, is what they had, and I thought that's pretty cool looking. So I've got yeah, I've got three of them. When you hear me talking about filling up my jug, that's what I'm doing. The water jug. In fact, right now, just give me a moment. Okay, back. All right, guys. Now I see Disney is having a bit of a pop. DIS, a bit of a pop, I believe. Yes, look at Disney now. They've actually gone positive for all the. I mean, what a run it's been on. Low 87, right back up to 90, almost 92. So Disney, this is an earnings play, and it has not really cared what the market's done. I should have been paying a little more attention to Disney because this is definitely counter to the market. Now Disney, I mean, it's still got room. 93 or so. It's got about $1 until the next high looking left. I'm not saying it's getting there, but Marty is asking me why a VWAP break and not a moving average. It's there's not a there's not a real right or wrong answer to that one. I mean, I just happen to like the VWAPs. I mean, I've got a 10 SMA, I think, on my that blue line is a 10 SMA, I believe, on my chart, but I just prefer to use the VWAP. I'm just used to it, but that doesn't mean a person shouldn't use like a moving average they like. Real likes the 80 ADMA on a 15-minute chart. I guess just through experience, Marty, just through my experience of using the VWAP over other moving averages. That's all. No, no, I wouldn't call it a coin toss. But if you're in our YouTube room tomorrow, Steve Gomez will be there, and he swears by the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. And that's fine. My feeling is this: is that I have no statistics to back this up, though I can't believe that the first one isn't correct. That the number one follow technical indicator would be the 200-day moving average on the daily chart. I think that is the number one followed indicator. Okay. Secondly, for me, it's the VWAP. Where's goods? But I don't have any statistics to back that up. That the second most followed indicator would be the VWAP, but it's certainly extremely popular. All right, guys, 2:28. We have about a half an hour left. Again, I'll stick around after 3 o'clock if we have questions. Yeah, I'm not really using the anchored VWAP. Okay, the reason being is that mainly, I mean, I know I could do it, but I find it just too cumbersome, to be honest. And I know Michael's got a lot of them in the Market Explorer, but they're mainly geared for longer term trades, not geared for intraday trading. So even though at the beginning, when it was introduced to us at Trade Ideas with Brian Shannon and all, yeah, I thought, okay, it was a great concept, but I just found that it was going to be a little confusing to me. And plus, the other thing, it used to be anyway on our charts that you could draw the anchored VMAP, and then if I left the chart and came back to it, it was gone. So, I didn't like that. But that's not to say that the anchored VWAP is not, valuable for people. Like if I drew the other thing too, it's an art, not a science, in my opinion. Where are you going to draw the anchor from? And so I think you have to spend a lot of time practicing and all. In Michael's Market Explorer scans, they're automatically drawn, but they're more designed for longer, like swing trading. And so that's not what I am. If all that makes sense. Mm. So Tony, I don't think I answered. Oh no, Michael knows. Michael knows. I was actually, you know what? When we're out of earning season, there is one that I did like that was actually giving me some decent intraday setups. Okay, and I'll probably once we're out of earning season, I will probably look at that one again. Because things will slow down. In terms of the number of alerts I'm getting once we're out of earning season, and so I'll probably take a look at that one again. I just don't want to look at it now because, quite frankly, I like what my scans are generating. And so it's always, you can get You can get overwhelmed by having way too many alert windows and top list windows up and running because you don't want to miss anything. And what happens is you miss everything because you're overwhelmed with the data coming at you. Once we're out of earning season, this option plan, I mean, this is about as full as that's about as full as I want to see it. Once we're out of earning season, we will not see as many in the option play scatter. We might only, some days we may only get two or three, but because we're in earning season, and that's when typically if a stock is optionable, they will have abnormal option activity. I mean, look at this one. Look at this Primo Water Core. I've sort of seen this in the past, but who follows this? And I don't, I'm sure there's somebody in the room says, well, I follow it. It's a great company. They're right down the road from me. Okay, I get it. But I mean, overall, who really follows Primo Water Core? But look what happened today. Earnings, okay, earnings, pre-market. Look at the option. Not that it traded that many options. I mean, it's contracts, only 1,400, but that is 86 times normal for this company. And that's why it's showing up in the option scatter, looking for abnormal option activity. So Tony, are you still here? I mean, I think you had a question about wanting mentoring one-on-one or something, but it might well, if you're asking me personally, no, I don't. I absolutely do not. But you say you want to help with a certain subject. Well, you can try me. If I can help, I will. If I can't, and I think one of the other traders can help you, I'll direct you there. Boy, Yeti is still weak. It looks like it's going to take a 46 now. Boy, it just broke 46 now, Yeti. Look at this thing just inch its way down too. I should have taken this. I mean, this was in the up big yesterday, down big today. This was right here. The original alert was at 32.10, and it's just been pretty gentle on the way down. And TPR making new lows again. Every time you see in brown, this is a suggestion to short. And every time you see it here, this is a new low. Okay. A new low for the stock or any stock that you see right at the top. And I'm going to crying my soup here, but there was the first alert for TPR 946. Okay. This is the don't repeat version of the option scanner. So it tells me the first time the alert happened and what was the price. Then I can kind of go back and say, well, what happened from there? Well, 37.12, now 34.35, almost $3. Array just showed up. Yeah, I wouldn't take this because I look at the weekly chart. To me, there looks like there's pretty decent support around 3. Okay, guys, 2:36. One last look at my homepage and what it has to offer. All right, if you click on my homepage, click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. It'll be right at the top. Okay, right at the top. So again, there's my promo code, Barry15, 15% off the first month only. But if you do want to take out a yearly subscription, I can get you a better promo of 25%. Okay. There's the getting started. You must do that before you do anything else. If you do take out a subscription, it's a software program, and obviously there's a bit of a learning curve. It won't take you long, 30 minutes, 10 videos. Trading 101, free course. I would take a look at that. A lot of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Stock of the day video that I do right there. Trade of the week. It is free. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, maybe your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans, just briefly to go over them. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Pulse resumes is over here. The dock momentum up and down are these two. The option plays right there. But if you want the don't repeat version, it is here also. And then the other one that you can't see, but it is here. It's the other one I really pay attention to. The option plays and the breakouts and breakdowns. Basically, what I really pay attention to, and they're here. I've taken them out of the dock. This is what we call a dock window, so they're all in here. I took them out individually because not everybody wants to short. Not everybody necessarily wants the don't repeat version. Okay, so it's up to you though. You can pick and choose what you want. And as always, if you take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Helps the room. The room gets credit, keeps the room free. You can save my link. And if, a week from now, tomorrow, a month from now, a year from now, you want to take out a subscription, I'll be here. And there's a promo code you can use. Also, if you save my link, you can take a look at my scans anytime you want and the big education section. I don't think so because it's not a filter. It's not a filter. The description is it's not a filter. Oops. Where is that description? Actually, wait a minute. The description. I was thinking you're talking quality. But I still don't think so. No. I mean, if it's not in this list, then no. Why do you care about description? I mean, the reason I don't is that I know what this is giving me, so I don't need it, for instance, here, okay? This is terrible. Where is it? Give me a moment. Wow, look at Plug. Plug is an earnings play also, guys. Wow, look at Yeti. Why am I not in it still? Okay, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, so this is what you're talking about, okay? Yeah, I see what you're talking about now. No, it is not. You're not able to 2280. See, I want to get another one just to see what it looks like. Previous highs and lows, yeah. Not able to do it, no. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm just waiting for another alert to come in on that one so I can take a look to see what the description would actually be telling me. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to load this one. Go from cloud, basic. Basic new highs and lows. Load it. Okay, yeah. So I do see what you're saying. So it only works now. Finally, oh, I got a red line here. I wonder if that's because I was only getting that red line when I was using it in a multi-strategy window. So yeah, I do see what you're talking about now. So the next resistance or whatever, the next high it's looking left is at 428 right there. I do now see. I don't use it just because typically it takes up too much space, and now I like to have my sorry, I like to have my scans a certain size, and the description can take up a lot of space. DWAC merging, okay, with who or what? Who says it is merging with who? I don't see that. Not that I'm not doubting you. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, this is just the commitment to the merger. So I mean, okay. I mean, it's still a SPAC. Yeah. I mean, this has been ongoing for how many years now? 2 years. I don't know when the next deadline is. Is it October that it has to get done? But that's I'm looking at that. That's at 11:14. It may have happened even earlier, but that's at 11:14 that I saw this, or that's showing up. 11:14 Eastern time. Yeah, I mean it's always been KMTJ. It's always been. That's not. I don't think that's anything new. It's just it's taken a long time. Adrian, good afternoon, my friends. Just teasing you a bit with the misspelling. Well, BSAQ doing its thing again in a bigger way. I remember this day when it got up to almost 13. Okay, so this is finally done. Okay, so the whoever they're merging with, well, this VinFast, whatever they are, is it wine? Ooh, this could be an interesting one too, because this is a China company. China company. Anybody know what Vin? I could look it up, but if somebody knows off the top what VinFast does, is the chat room better than YouTube? Well, the trading room, as I call it, depends what you mean by better. There's more activity. There are more traders in there, so there's a lot more interaction. Marty, so it depends what you mean by better. You can always come on over. I mean, I'm getting set to close both down. You can always see what it's like tomorrow. Thank you. So it is an EV company, okay? Vietnamese-based EV company. Okay, so the sector, I don't know how hot the EV sector is right now, but certainly, okay. Well, this could be interesting then. Expect to close on the 14th, which means that's next Monday. That means, in theory, it could start trading under a new symbol on the 15th. Well, I can share my scans in YouTube, but you, for instance, can't post anything. You can't post the link if you wanted to share a scan or something, or if so. But I can share scans here. Sure. I mean, I keep putting my homepage link in, and that's where all my scans are. YouTube is obviously easier to get into if that's what you're after. If you just, but if you're looking for a little more action among traders, definitely the other room, the main room is better. Sometimes, Marty. Sometimes people will share scans. Okay, the reason, Tony, is this. The reason is this. So if you take my scan, okay, my option plays download, okay, take it, right click, click on configure all. So first of all, are you watching me? And to see what I'm doing? It's just a matter of changing the price range. That's all. Okay, so take your option plays. Can you hear me? Okay, so right click on the option play scan. That's a multi-strategy window. Right click on it and then configure all. Click on configure all. These are all checked, more than likely. Edit the selected. And then all you have to do, because I think when I pop that into the ones that I'm sharing, or the one I'm sharing, I think it had a max of 30. Just change it to 40 if you want. Okay? Because I think yours will say 30. Just change it to 40, then it'll be exactly the same. Okay? And then make sure you say okay. And don't forget to save your work at the end of the day. Like save your layout. Because every change you do, if you just exit without saving, it won't remember. Well, it won't save your change. Okay, does that make sense? Do you see exactly what you're supposed to do? Yours will say 30, I believe. Okay, just change it to 40 for the price range, the max price range. That should be consistent. 500, 500. Yeah, 500. That's the only thing I think I changed. That's the same, and I think the volume is 500,000, and the relative volume is 3. I thought that was the only thing I changed. But if not, then you can see what I've done. You can make the changes if you want. You might want to up this to 50. You would have seen other stocks, you might, it all depends on the price range you like. Doesn't have to be the same one as mine. See, and these values are similar for all four of those scans, you see. Now, the only thing I've also done is I've unchecked. See, I'm only looking at 150, 150. Either moving down or up. I've unchecked the 300. That's why, you know, if I do it again, if I put this in again, maybe that's what I'll do. I'll just, the 300 was there. I used to use it, but I think 150 is fine on the way to a lot higher. But as always, these are templates. Okay, the way I like to see things, and what I always suggest is that you can take a look at these, and you can, of course, adjust it to your style of trading. Not just you, Tony, but anybody. Again, you might want a far different price range. You might like trading stocks between 100 and $500. When I say you, I'm talking just in general. Okay, guys, we're getting closer and closer to 3 o'clock. Again, I'll always stay later if there are questions. Yeah, look at the market trying to come back again. So let's see. That now that was up still a fair amount. Nas is still positive. SPY is barely positive. I know a lot of people don't like to see this, but what this gave us: one, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 2 hours of almost straight down. That's what, for me anyway, that's what I want to see. I don't mean the straight down, but a trend as opposed to, a 15-minute candle down, then one up, then one down, one up, one up, and really chopping around. This was really nice if you were wanting to find either shorts just on their own, like stocks that were weak, or stocks that were to fade them because a lot of stocks faded with that move. Yeah, and Tony, that's great. And the only thing is, not the only thing, but as long as you have a stop, okay? If you're actually trading live now, just make sure you have a stop. Get out of the trade if it's not working. No, look at this one. Make my trip. Make my day. Make my trip. This was an earnings play on the first. So right here. So very nice reaction since the earnings play, really. Had a bit of a down day a couple of days ago, but it recovered. But this was a stock that was sitting at $28 before its earnings release. And it's at $36, 8 days later. That is a pretty that's pretty good. It's an Indian stock out of India. I think this might be a SPAC, guys, also. No, I'm sorry, it is not a SPAC. PSQH. This was an IPO. I guess it was an IPO that first day of trading, it got up to 35 and crashing back down to earth. And they're going to, I guess they're going to do a financing again. Had earnings on the 9th, yesterday before the market opened. No big reaction. William, I keep thinking you're trying to buy this EBIX on a bounce, and it's just not really working for you, is it? Oh, you're shorting it. Okay, good. Oh, I see. So you bought it on the I got you. 1484. Got it. Wow, that's good. Yeah. Almost 70 cents on the pop. I know you didn't get all 70 of it. All right, guys, 301. Any more questions? Tomorrow will be the last big day of earning season, guys. We'll have earnings plays next week. We have about 160 of them, but this was the big week. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll shut this down. As always, thanks a lot for all the help. We'll open the room. The main room will be open no later than 8 o'clock. Usually earlier. William is a night or gets up early and opens the room. So you guys can talk from whenever he opens it, certainly no later than 8. Between 8 and 9, you guys can talk amongst yourselves, and then I'll get live on the mic at 9 o'clock, okay, in both rooms. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. And YouTubers, the same goes for you guys.